All right, good morning. It is 8:30 a.m. and I'm going to go ahead and call this meeting to order. Secretary Armijo, if you could call roll.
Good morning. Yes, Melissa Armijo is here. Chair Burt.
Here.
Commissioner Carrillo.
Here.
Commissioner Chavez is not here. Commissioner Davis is not here. Commissioner Gibson.
Here.
Commissioner Manus.
I'm
Not
here.
yet. Oh, hi, good. Commissioner Robbins.
Present.
Commissioner Taylor. Not here yet. And Commissioner Voigt is not here. So we have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 commissioners present.
Thank you, Secretary
That is a
Armijo.
quorum, correct?
That's quorum.
Yeah.
All right. So that will take us to item C on our agenda, which is Altura Preparatory School Charter School Renewal. First, we'll start by having you on the panel introduce yourselves, and then we're going to go over to the Public Education Department evaluation. Yeah, so there's a button on the bottom of your box. Yeah, you'll push that on and you.
Is it on? Okay, it's on. Perfect. Sorry. Good morning. My name is Lisa Hines, and I'm one of the co-directors at Altura Preparatory School.
And I'm Megan Heineman. I'm the other co-director at Altura Preparatory School.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, I'm Dan Hill, counsel for the school.
Thank you. All right, that will take us to item A, which is the Public Education Department evaluation, and Director Chavez.
Good morning. Look at the room full of people. Wonderful to have you all here. Yesterday, we had very few people in the audience. So it's good to see the school support and love the t-shirts. I would like to first start by expressing my gratitude towards everyone that worked so hard in the process. The school, the community, all the public education commissioners and the PEC staff, the Charter Schools Division team in particular, and those who were part of the site visit and those who contributed behind the scenes. This was a coordinated effort of many. And this year it was complex because we started out you started out on day one of approval. They say that renewal starts at day one of approval. So for this particular school, renewal has been happening for the past 4.5 years. This is the school's first renewal. The CSD sent to the school Part A in August. Additional information was sent September 2nd that included some preliminary proficiency data. As you all know, the state is working with some new academic assessment results, and data has been slow to come in. And as a result, it's been hard for us to have final information. And so between the CSD and the schools, we've been dealing with a lot of preliminary information, including finalizing the annual report from last year, which was sent to the school September 12th. Part B was sent from the school to the CSD on September 15th, and we visited the school and sent preliminary analyses to the school November 1st. November 15th, we received the school's response, and December 1st, we sent out the final recommendation. Renewing schools, as I said before, is a complex process, and circumstances particular to the past 4 years made this renewal process even more challenging. For one, policies and practices have evolved at the PED, so some of what you see in the performance framework is no longer applicable, which is why we are revising the performance framework. And I encourage everybody in the room to be involved in that process. We are seeking feedback on a draft performance framework. I have copies right here if anybody would like to see the draft academic performance framework. Also, the global pandemic created new challenges for all schools. So in my opinion, each and every teacher, the head administrators, everybody at the school are are my heroes for showing up every day and really plowing through these difficult times. But it did create challenges for us all. And lastly, there's always a balancing act between holding charter schools to the same, if not more rigorous standards as traditional schools, and to honoring schools' autonomies as unique entities. The Charter Schools Division diligently reviewed what was promised in each charter school's contract. We take that contract seriously between the school and the Public Education Commission. The terms of that contract were at the core of the renewal process. Essentially, our ask is, did the school implement what was promised in the contract, and was the implementation of those terms evident in the renewal application, the site visit, and in the site visit reports from the last 4 years? We acknowledge that there is always room for improvement, and we recognize that there were components to this renewal process that should have been refined. First, the renewal document sent to the school was not as comprehensive as we would have liked them to be. At the same time, it was important to get those reports to the schools as quickly as possible. You all know we have been waiting for the state to release the student academic performance data. I mentioned that earlier. Also, we asked for and carefully read the school's response to the preliminary report. We corrected any ratings that warranted correction if evidence was presented to justify the change. In some cases, responses were not did not warrant a change. Second, we acknowledge that the renewal application stated that the CSD would send each renewal applicant and the PEC a preliminary renewal analysis that indicated a preliminary indication of the recommendation, either renewal, non-renewal, or renewal with conditions. A very specific indication of recommendation was not provided in the preliminary analyses. However, the ratings provided in Part B do provide insight into this, how the CSD understood the school's performance. And finally, during this process, it became clear that many school leaders were unclear as to what would be covered in the renewal or what feedback and commentary would be included in the preliminary analyses. To that point, CSD would like to reiterate that the school is responsible for implementing with fidelity the terms agreed to in the contract, and to complying with all state and federal regulations, rules, and statutes. Ultimately, the renewal process is a time for making serious decision about whether to renew a school's contract, but it is also a time for reflection. The preliminary analysis are meant to offer an opportunity for each school and the PEC to reflect about what is happening in the school, specifically how the successes can be sustained and how the areas in need of improvement can be improved. The Charter Schools Division recommends that Altura Prep be renewed for a term of 5 years with no conditions. We did not observe that the school has violated any terms of the New Mexico statutes, that the educational program is being implemented, and that the school outperforms both district and state in reading, math, and science proficiencies. The preliminary analysis contained an error in regards to the science proficiency. And when we received that information from the school, we corrected it so that the student proficiency in science is actually 86%, not 47%. People make mistakes. And it's nice to acknowledge. All the renewal ratings and annual ratings remain the same despite the response and the correction on the science proficiencies. For student outcomes, the school meets standards for the educational program, financial compliance, equity and identity, and other performance indicators, it demonstrates substantial progress. For governance responsibilities, it meets the standards. We like that, don't we? And so with that, I am done with my report.
All right, thank you, Director Chavez. So that brings us to B, which is the school's comments. This will be no more than 30 minutes, and I'll let you go ahead and start.
So we have a presentation that I'm going to share my screen, and hopefully we'll be able to figure out how to do this. Oh, let me try one more thing. I gotta make sure the audio works. There we go. Okay. All right, so good morning, Madam Chairwoman and members of the commission. Thank you so much for having us here today. We're excited to share a little bit more about Altura Prep with you. We are a K-5 charter school in Albuquerque, and our first graduates are now finishing their first semesters of sixth grade. We hope to just give you a snapshot of what we do at Altura Prep, what it looks like on a daily basis, and give you an opportunity to hear through a video from some of our students and families and teachers.
All of our students, excuse me, sorry, the mic. All of our students have STEAM class, integrating science, technology, engineering, arts, and math. And our STEAM class is also used as a platform for launching Genius Hour and inquiry projects with our students, which give them ample opportunities for hands-on, minds-on inquiry, problem solving, and critical thinking activities.
Our teacher specialization model is unique to Altura Prep, which is a situation which allows all of our grade level students from kindergarten through fifth grade to receive specialized instruction in content areas. So each of our teachers teaches one or two content areas, and this allows our students to benefit from exposures to different teaching styles, movement throughout the day when they move from class to class, and they benefit from being in classes where teachers have more time to prepare more robust lessons because they're focusing only on one or two content areas instead of being expected to teach every single required subject throughout the day.
Our students have many opportunities to participate in blended learning within their classes. All of our students have access to a Chromebook that they can use daily, and they have adaptive, customized platforms that consolidate the best of both traditional and digital methods of teaching and learning and help our students have more of a customized educational experience in math and literacy.
Our student-driven inquiry-based learning / Genius Hour allows our students in kindergarten through fifth grade to have opportunities to think critically, develop problem-solving skills, develop project management skills, and it motivates students to extend their curiosity beyond the lesson of the topic of the day because they're able to extend their learning in a way that they choose.
So our REACH values, REACH stands for respect, empathy, agency, curiosity, and hard work. We believe that values-based educational approaches create a strong learning environment that enhance academic achievement and develops both social and relationship skills.
And we build on our REACH social emotional learning and values education with a mindfulness-based social emotional learning program. It builds on our social emotional framework, and it emphasizes a daily mindfulness practice as a foundation to strengthen students' critical brain networks that are associated with learning. We believe that fostering students' ability to be able to self-regulate during moments of stress or adversity will have a lasting impact on their lives, and it's something that they can carry beyond the classroom.
So it's one thing for us to tell you about our program, but we believe that life at Altura Prep must be seen and heard from those who live it each day, our families, our teachers, and our students. Unfortunately, due to the pandemic and our strong desire to keep our students and staff healthy and learning in person, we have not had many opportunities to welcome visitors to campus since many of you were elected. So we'd love to have you come by this spring, and we want to share a glimpse of life at Altura Prep through a brief video.
I chose Altura Prep for my daughter because it's a school that allows students to move from classes to classes, which gives them the personality change of each teacher. Each teacher is a specialist in their field, so you know you're getting good instruction as well as good teaching. You know, everybody's a member of the team, and that to me is what's most important about any schooling. You know, it takes a village to raise a child, and definitely here we have a village.
STEAM classes, you know, chess, dance. That means it's so many activities that the students are experiencing here. My daughter has been challenged all the time, and you find that in all her classes.
I've noticed here the parents are all about helping each other. The idea that all these parents really band together speaks volumes about what Ms. Hines has done here at this school.
My number one recommendation is Altura Prep. It's a wonderful place. I love the faculty. This place is incredible.
Taught them, teach them to share, to love, to care about the society.
Every single child receives the care and the attention that every child should be receiving in school. Our boys are constantly wanting to learn more, and they find it fun and exciting, and the teachers make it exciting. And you can just see the care and compassion and love that they give all of the students. They're becoming good people because of the care that they get here at this school. One thing that we've loved about Altura is the diversity of the school. You have kids from all different backgrounds, socioeconomic backgrounds, cultural backgrounds, and that was able to remain whether we were at the older school, the older location, or this location. I think Altura has really gone out of their way to make sure that it's a very diverse and inclusive school.
Altura Prep is a great school, and all the teachers are super nice. Yeah, we use that knowledge we just learned and put it into our game.
STEAM stands for science, technology, engineering, arts, and math.
Something that is different here is we switch students. So we are not here, the students are not in the same classroom the whole day. So this help students to move around. So that I think that's one of the uniqueness.
We incorporate Legos and Duplos, and we use motors and sensors and lights to create different projects for the kids. It's just a really close environment because the class sizes are smaller. The kids do get to know each other really well as they kind of grow with each other throughout. We are Altura all the way.
Being a kid in my classroom, I would hope that my students have a lot of fun.
We have very high standards here at Altura Prep. So I also feel very honored that I, get asked to come back every year, because Megan and Lisa really do hold high expectations for both the students and the teachers.
When we opened Altura Prep in 2018, our hope was to create a school where kids from all backgrounds came to a place, came to a building, and built a community where kids and families and teachers all value learning and love learning. Everything is designed so that kids are learning even when they don't realize it, and then they also learn to become the people that we want to have as neighbors.
EA, Max, EA. We love our teachers! We love Altura Prep!
Come on, Rita. Let's go to school today. See you later.
Good to get to see it again, just kidding. So our students, hopefully you're able to see that they love what they do at school. Our students come from 17 different zip codes in the Albuquerque Metroplex and beyond. We have students coming from Belen, Placitas, Las Lunas, Rio Rancho, and Tejeres. We're committed to student diversity and our diverse enrollment, and our plans for increasing our diverse enrollment speak to that chart.
We believe that academics is our #1 priority at Altura Prep. For our students to experience success in the workforce of the future, our students' academic learning skills have to be top-notch. Our academic results from the 21-22 school year are a testament to the incredible teamwork and synergy of our teachers, students, and their parents.
We're relentlessly committed to educational excellence at Altura Prep, which means that we can never settle. We must continue to work harder and smarter and continue working at delivering only high quality solutions and results that will impact the lives and futures of our students and their families. We're grateful for what we have accomplished, but will not be satisfied until 100% of our students perform at grade level. Sorry.
We also want to take a moment just to thank the commission for allowing us this opportunity to serve our families and our students for the last 4.5 years. We are humbled and grateful for your support. Thank you so much.
All right. You still have a little bit more time available, and I know you have a lot of people. I don't know if how many people are signed up to speak.
We have 3 people signed up to speak.
Okay, all right. We're good to go. Thank you. Okay.
They each have 10 minutes.
Sorry, we
told them they had 1.
Yeah, we told them they had 1 minute. Sorry.
If you go over 1 minute, you'll be okay.
Yes, okay.
Our first speaker is Sarah Fitzgerald, and I'm promoting her to the panel.
Chair Bird, I believe if you all need more chairs, I believe across the hall, there's a room with a lot more chairs, and they can help you at the front desk.
There's a chair over here.
So Sarah, please state your name and spell your last name for the record, and then go ahead and make your comment.
Good morning, commissioners. My name is Sarah Fitzgerald, Fitzgerald. And I'm speaking on behalf of the Board of Directors of the Greater Albuquerque Chamber of Commerce. We're in strong support of Altura Prep's renewal. The school's model declares that every student, no matter their background, can be successful in school and beyond. That's exactly what we believe. And we think we need more schools whose leaders believe this too, because that belief has enabled Altura Prep to get amazing results for its students who are outperforming most of their peers across the state. Almost every single one of their 3rd graders are reading and doing math on or above grade level. We want to congratulate Altura Prep's entire team for their hard work all year round, and we urge the commission to give this outstanding team the green light to do this work for another 5 years. Thank you.
All right, I will move you back to a panelist. Attendee. Our next speaker is in person, and if you can please come up to the table and then again, state your name, spell it, and then press the mic button, state your name and spell it, and then make your comment. We have Scott Darnell.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Scott Darnell, Darnell. My wife and I have 2 sons who attend Altura Prep, one in the 4th grade and one in the 2nd. And we were one of the families who chose to attend Altura in its very first year. And at the beginning, Altura's school leaders promised excellent teaching, and they've certainly delivered. Teachers specializing in a subject from kindergarten on allows the school to attract great teachers and allows our kids to learn from a team of great teachers, each teaching what they know and what they like best. They promised individualized instruction, and they've delivered. Month by month, parents know exactly how our children are doing in each subject, and the teachers and leaders work to have a plan to help every child learn and grow. Every child is seen, no child gets lost. They promised a safe campus and a supportive, engaging learning environment, and they've delivered on that too, with enrichment like engineering and art and chess that are challenging and fun. And they promised academic growth would be their North Star. And by any measure, this school, which ranks at the top 1% of schools on every subject, has delivered and exceeded expectations. The leaders and teachers at Altura have delivered on their promises to us, Altura Prep's families, and they've earned, in our opinion, an eager renewal of their charter, and we hope that you all are as proud of them as we are. Thank you.
And next we have Felicia Boatman.
Hello, my name is Felicia Boatman, Boatman. Good morning, everybody. I'm here to talk in favor of Altura Prep. I'm really excited. I've been in education for over 20 years, and I'm really excited what's happening at Altura Prep. My son is a third grader. His name is Max Boatman, and I asked him yesterday, I sat him down and I said, all right, tell me everything. And he's like, my favorite part, Mom, I probably shouldn't say this first, but it's recess. And I said, of course it is. Of course. He goes, we get to do so many things there. We have scooters, we have football, we have all kinds of things. Have you ever been there? They have a parking lot. And what they make out of that parking lot for these kids, they don't even know that they don't have what they don't have. They feel so lucky for what they have, but it's because of the environment. It's because of the teachers. It's because of these people right here in front of us that make them believe what's in front of them is everything they need. And so for me, I was like, oh my gosh, all I see is a parking lot. Like, this is really cool. And then his second thing was electives. He loves his electives. This Thanksgiving, we saw our family and he played chess with them. He's 8 years old. And the most impressive part is he taught all these people to play chess as an 8-year-old, like not being intimidated, just showing them so patiently how to do it, what each piece does, and why he could or couldn't do that move. And then he continually beat them all, which was amazing. And I'm like, oh, proud mom. But it was great just to see him do it. And again, not be intimidated by these older, 50-year-olds just learning for the first time. And he was like, it's okay, you can learn. So it was really cool. Let me go through my list. I have lots of things he said. And then teachers, he said even though recess was his favorite, as he goes, okay, Mom, let me tell you my most favorite part. My most favorite part is actually helping others. When we are done with our work, our teachers let us go and talk to other people and help them with things that they're struggling with. And for me, that's hits my heart like no tomorrow, just because that's what you want. In this world of today, we want our children to be kind and helpful and just reach out to those in need. And that's his favorite part of the day. So for me, I was like, oh my goodness, good God, I should have asked you this earlier. And then the last thing he said was his teachers. He said they're so happy. His teachers are always happy no matter what's going on. They're there for them and he likes to see them and happy and all that stuff. So for me as a parent and in being in education, my favorite part, I'm a math teacher. So my favorite part is the split of the ELA and the math. I see in high school levels that students really struggle a lot in math and this separates it. And for me, I see it. I see people who love to teach math, teaching math, and people who love to teach English, teaching English at a lower level. And so as it continues to grow, so they get the specialty of it. So for me, I really love that. And let's see what else. And so important to me, the efficiency they have, their communication with parents, students, this group right here, the way they communicate with us, it's very concise, it's to the point. And my favorite part is the pickup line. I'm not going to lie. The pickup line, they get out at 3. If you're there at 3:05, you're late. Your kid is like the last kid in line. I have never experienced that in my life. And so for me, like it's the little things. I'm a details person, and it's the little things that we don't know, but they take the time to figure it out. And so that's why I know I've, again, been in education for over 20 years, and I know the stuff that goes on behind the scenes and how hard they work and how hard they come together. But they make it seem to us that it's like, oh, this is easy. Here we go. So this is what I love about it. And this is what my kid loves about it. So thank you. And I'm in favor of the renewal. So thanks.
All right, that'll move us to item D, which is PEC questions. Commissioner Gibson, then Commissioner Carrillo, Commissioner Robbins.
So thanks for that. I always say the elementary school renewal videos are always game changers as opposed to the high school videos. It's like, oh, you can't beat those little 5-year-olds with their squeaky little voices. I also always appreciate Albuquerque schools because I'm from the southern part of the state. I don't get identifying with zip codes. I just don't get it. So you're always, we serve these zip codes. It's like, well, I don't even know all the zip codes in Las Cruces. It doesn't, it's like, I don't quite get it, but I appreciate it. So, and I absolutely appreciate the statement that was made that your goal is to develop just good people. I mean, that's all we really can ask. We want the core of you to be good, and then everything else is just the plus, that we want to make good, kind people, and we'll all thrive then. So on that note, I hate to keep going back to pandemic conversation, but it's still here, and it was challenging. And I just appreciate if you could talk a little bit about not only your kids, because I heard a lot, or I read a lot, with the kids, but in terms of the family, is there anything that you've implemented or struggled with in terms of coming back and trying to help families that were equally as impacted with the changes that happened in family dynamics during this time?
I had to make sure this is on. We did our very best to try to keep our kids in school as much as possible. So we thought that August, that we were going to be able to start right away with kids, and that didn't happen. So we did have to go online from August until October. In October, we started doing an AABB model. So as much as possible, we had our kids there every day. Our students that were in special education actually did not have and didn't miss any class because we had them there on campus from day one. So it really made, I think, a huge difference, our commitment and our teachers' commitment to have our kids in person as to the extent that we could, that was possible. I think that we noticed right away, we always laugh when our kindergartners took assessments that August, we had these scores that were like 900, which, Alexi level of 900, which is what you would typically see for a 4th or 5th grader, because parents were helping their kids with their assessments. And so we knew from the get-go that this was not going to work, right? Like, we needed to get our kids back in front of us as soon as we possibly could. And our parents were amazing. And I know it was hard on them too. I mean, to have your kids attend in person Monday, Tuesday, and then be responsible for remote learning and at home learning Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday was difficult. And, parents that had kids home Friday, Monday, Tuesday, and then their kids were at school on Wednesdays and Thursdays, that was difficult. But again, they just did such a great job of letting us know what their kids' needs were. And there were parents that reached out and said, you know, I need my child to be there more often. They're struggling. And we would meet as a team and say, you know, can we get more kids in, especially our students that are struggling. So parents were super communicative with us, which made, I think, all the difference in the world. And our teachers were so observant of what was happening during remote learning too, that we were able to get the kids back on track, I feel like, really fast.
Thanks. And I know the director mentioned in her report that the school's probably not, and you also, I think, mentioned in your application, school's not necessarily as diverse as you'd like it to be. I don't, you know, and it's a challenge. I went to a national conference and, you know, a number of the sessions were, how do we make schools more diverse? And schools of choice. So you can't force people to go to a school. And we don't want to do some kind of, you know, at least I don't, some kind of, you know, mandatory quota systems. That just doesn't work. It doesn't set a good environment there. So could you just talk a little bit about that struggle and what you've done? And I know we can only do the best that we can do, and we can't, you know, knock on doors and force people to put in a lottery application.
Yeah, no, that's obviously very good, very good question, and something that's top of mind in our conversations regularly. We think about this in two ways. First, our school is very diverse in several ways. We have, you know, geographical diversity across Albuquerque, like we mentioned. Our racial and ethnic diversity is pretty incredible if you look at, you know, the demographics of Albuquerque and how our school kind of mirrors those demographics in terms of race and ethnicity. Our focus recently has been on, you know, students, economically disadvantaged students, English language learning students, and students with disabilities. And we think about those in a couple of ways. I mean, primarily, we talk a lot about recruitment because that's the input that we can control for the most part. And then we talk about, you know, removing barriers. And so what are we doing as a school to make sure that our environment is a welcoming, inclusive community, that we're being equitable in our practices in the classroom, in our communication with families, and in our outreach process. And so, you know, our transportation is one of our efforts to remove that barrier of access to families across Albuquerque. Our bus goes from the San Pedro Public Library, which is right around the corner from our first facility, across, stops at Tony Hillerman Public Library, and then comes over to our school, which is on Alameda, just a little bit east of here. So that's one piece. Our enrollment timelines, you know, there are several schools that have earlier enrollment timelines, which kind of mirror some of the private schools. We've moved ours later in the spring, which aligns more with public school, district school re-enrollment and enrollment processes. So thinking about, you know, when families typically are looking for schools. Our language support, we have bilingual staff in our office. Those staff members are well-trained in all of our recruitment and enrollment processes. We give bilingual tours. And then for the actual enrollment process, our lottery application can be delivered in Spanish, but it also, Miss Cynthia in our office, as everybody knows, she will drop everything to help a family, and that extends to families who aren't yet enrolled. So she'll spend, you know, half an hour on the phone trying to, you know, get family information, put it into our lottery application so that that can get into our system and assist families that way. We're a national school lunch program school, so we offer free and reduced price meals. We've participated in uniform donations and discounts for families. Supplies, our school provides all of the supplies that a student will need to attend Altura Prep. Families do not have to pay for pencils or scissors. And then we have families who are wonderful, community-oriented people, and the majority of families that can do also help by providing materials to the schools when they can. And so we do a number of things. I think we've talked about it from the beginning, is this is something that's always going to be a focus for us. What can we continue to do to make sure that we're reaching out to families and providing the excellent opportunity that we know our kids are getting to more students across Albuquerque? And that's always been one of our focus areas.
So thanks. One more thing. It looked from the numbers that I think were submitted in your application that your kindergarten enrollment was down. Was that correct, or?
I don't mean to interrupt you.
No, that's.
So our kindergarten, the way that our kindergarten enrollment has flowed is we've always enrolled 2 classes, and our classes are 22 apiece. So that's 44 kindergarten students. Our first 2 years, we had fewer than 44 kindergarten students in the grade level. In 2020, 2021, so that's the year we closed school in March, and we came back over the summer of 2020. It was very clear to us after our experiences in the spring with remote learning that in-person was going to be the most effective and the best option for our students' learning, if at all possible. And we communicated that belief to our families, and word got out that that was our priority coming into the fall of 2020. And our wait list was incredible, and especially for kindergarten. And so that year we opened up a 3rd cohort for kindergarten. So we had 66 incoming kindergartners. Looking at our kind of long range trajectory and facility, we went back to the 2 cohorts of 22 in the 21-22 school year. And that has been full with a wait list ever since. So that's kind of that. There was a bump up and then kind of a back to the equilibrium. If that
Okay.
makes sense.
Have you ever, is there any part of a conversation about a pre-K?
Yes. Yes, there is. And we actually applied for the NM pre-K funding last year. And because of some staffing issue, we need to have a teacher that's going to do right by the kids in the program. And that didn't come into place for us to put that program in place. It's not off the table for upcoming years, but it didn't end up being able to be possible.
But you have
this year.
Space.
We can make that work.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Commissioner Correa.
Thank you. Thanks very much, all of you, for being here. For me, just seeing this room and feeling the joy that all of you have for your school speaks volumes as to what's happening. I don't use the A word very much, awesome, because it's just overused. If everything is awesome, absolutely nothing is. My son would, this is so awesome. It's like, no, it's not. The Grand Canyon's awesome. Childbirth, awesome. Laying a man on the moon, awesome. That hamburger, not awesome. But anyway, this is just, it's fantastic. So when I'm looking at student outcomes here, and we had some schools yesterday, and we were applauding them for their growth and everything else, because they had, maybe percentages for reading at around, 48, and it was certainly well above the state, or they might have had, 23 or whatever, well above the state for math. And it's like, really, is that where the bar is? It's like, what are you going to do to get from, 52 to 56 to 70 to whatever? Because I've lived here 32 years almost, and I've never, ever, ever understood the acceptance of mediocrity as the norm in our public schools, in our legislature, and everything else. And clearly neither do you. And so you excel in these areas. And I looked at reading as 74 up here. It's just because reading, and I know that Commissioner Robbins will speak, it's cornerstone of absolutely everything. And, and somebody was asking me the other day about, I'm not trying to wax poetic or anything, but about what would I do if I was, not in charge, but could take an elementary school in Santa Fe that had maybe really poor scores. What would I do? I say, basically all you're doing every day is reading. That's all. We're going to make it fun. We're going to do different things, but you're going to be reading, because that's going to lead to everything else. And unfortunately, that's not happening up there. And but anyway, so I wanted to say that first. So you mentioned uniforms. So it seemed like there are uniforms, because they're all like sharp. And even though they're wearing different colors and everything, so everything has a collar and everyone looks put together. Okay.
Yes.
And where I went to elementary school a long, long time ago in California, there were no uniforms, but there were definitely codes where you couldn't look all schleppy. And, I remember that when they instituted dress day or pants day for the girls on Friday, you could wear pants, or jeans day in my high school, on Friday. It's like, but I think that makes a huge difference when everyone's looking at everyone else and everyone is super sharp. And I imagine it's the same thing for teachers. There's kind of a, you may not have to wear a blazer or a tie or whatever, but you can't look like you're working at I love Trader Joe's. You can't look like you're working at wherever, right? And so I'm very impressed by that. What is the wait list kind of now generally?
It varies by grade level. We have probably between 5 and 15 students per grade level on a wait list for this current school year.
Okay, and as I understand it from learning from CSD, so you started out further on the west side and then moved over there?
Yes, we started out in Southeast Albuquerque.
Okay.
And then had to move.
And you were able to maintain that diversity when you did so, it seems like.
Yes.
Okay, and then I love the idea of students moving instead of teachers having to be responsible for teaching every subject. I don't know why that hasn't kind of clicked with public schools nationally, because you also, with reading alone, it's such a special skill to teach that it's disappointing that it hasn't caught on. I love the Genius Hour and the commitment to the children's inquiry. The team teaching approach. I just had some notes here. Scott, when you said every child is seen, social emotional learning now, there's so much jargon in education, and SEL has been around for a while, but it's so obvious, some of these things, if you just let someone know you care about them every morning when they walk in the door, even in high school, whatever it is, you're looking down today, what can I do for you? Well, it's just, and you're doing it. And it just seems, it's just, for you, it's almost this natural thing as well. It's not something you have to strive for. So I would have a question for you. If you to have the opportunity to take an Albuquerque district school elementary and try to help them become more like Altura, what would you do? What would you suggest? What holds them back besides the union? What holds them back?
That's a good question. I think we were given the luxury of starting, with just three grades and building our culture. And we were very intentional. Everything that we do is super intentional. So you spoke to everyone being seen. Every child, when they get out of the car in the morning, I think the parents can attest to this. We know every child's name. We ask them how their evening was. We chat with them on their, as we get them out of the car. That's all been part of our plan. That's important. That is setting them up for success from the minute that they get out of the car. Then they are greeted again by their teachers as soon as they go put up their backpacks and their coats, and they're greeted again by name when they go to the cafeteria. You could shadow a child and people know who they are. And so I think when you have that kind of personal relationship with your kids, you can go really far because you're another set of parents. You're another adult in their life that cares about what they do. And they know that there are people that are watching them and that are going to hold them accountable for their actions. And we do it in a loving way. And so, when we started this off, my goal was to create, I always say, I want to have a school where I would send my own children. This was where I wanted to send my daughter, but we ended up doing K3 and didn't get to do that. But that's, if every staff member at our school that has a school-age child has their child at Altura Prep. And I think that says a lot about our school.
No, it's
Sorry,
definitely
Commissioner Carrillo, if I can interrupt you real quick. I
course.
just want to state for the record that Commissioner Voigt is here and present. All right, Commissioner Carrillo, back to you.
Of course. Have there ever been discussions about having another Altura in another, because, you know, it's a sprawling community in another part of the community? We have other charters that have.
Yes, but
Okay.
you know, it's a bandwidth thing. It's, I
Yeah.
mean, it's, you know, I don't know if our families would appreciate it.
No,
This takes up a lot of our time. It's my husband that will be back there nodding.
There you go. The only last thing I would say is, because I know others have questions, I have more praise and observations than anything else. Clearly what you're doing well. Your commitment to in-person learning is astonishing and admirable, and clearly has affected your community and your kids in such a positive way. And we have some challenges with schools that don't have that commitment, and we're seeing the results in what's happened with their kids. And I just really applaud you for that. And it just makes all the difference. It's every kid being seen, not on a monitor, but in a classroom and when they're greeted. And that's huge for me, and I'm sure it's going to come up really big later in the week. So thank you very much for all that you do. You are why, you know, I'm new to charter schools, being on this commission. You are why there are charters. And we just hope that other people, especially for me, because I'm committed to the district in Santa Fe and everything else, I just wish that we would have the will to reach out and learn more and ask more and pilot more. In terms of what works and things like you're doing. So thank you very much for your work.
Thank you. Thank you. Commissioner Robbins.
Thank you. Commissioner Carrillo took a lot of the praise that I wanted to give to the school. So I'll add that also at the end, because I have one question, and many of the commissioners and people who know me, in terms of your performance and the ratings from CSD, one of the areas that the school has struggled with over the years has been the financial area. Again, that's an important area to me, although that's not the goal of the school. It is an important area since we're dealing with public funds. What are you doing, and what is the governance council doing in order to support this school to ensure adherence to financial standards, auditing, things like that?
Yeah, no, that is an excellent question, and certainly valid. We're glad that you asked this question. Our main challenges stemmed from our school's first year of operation. We were a very small school. We had under 60 students, which is not, as anybody would imagine, financially sustainable. And a robust growth plan was part of the plan from the beginning, and that first year was challenging, especially because the school relied for a significant portion of our funding on charter school program grant money. And that was a new grant fund for the state of New Mexico that year. And so the processes behind requests for reimbursement and grant letters were challenging to navigate. Our business manager at the time was new to New Mexico, that firm. And so there was a very, very steep learning curve there. And that year, FY19, those issues carried into FY20. And so we had a few audit findings in the FY20 related to some of the challenges with cash flow and carryover from that FY19. Since FY19, the school has had 2 or fewer audit findings every year. And we are excited to have the new results public when they are. But I think that was a very significant challenge for the school in that first year. The second major challenge that we had financially was also related to enrollment and student numbers. In FY21, we doubled in size. And so we went from 90 students to 180 students. And that was the year that we talked about with that bump in kindergarten enrollment, that 2020-2021 school year. And the way that the funding works, our SEG or state equalization guarantee operational funding for example, for this current year is based on enrollment from last year plus a projected growth amount that we project in October of the prior year. So all of that comes together, and in the 2020-2021 school year, we doubled in size, doubled our staff, and we're operating on a very, very small operational budget. And we're working with grant funding, working with requests for reimbursement to shore up the cash flow, but it was a difficult year. That was a difficult year in terms of cash flow because of that growth. And so that was one of the more recent audit findings where we had a late fee for a late payment because we were making our payroll and making our rent payments and making our insurance payments and retirement payments, and vendor payments were slightly delayed until that SEG advance that we were able to request ended up coming through. So those were kind of what I would say were the biggest challenges that we've had in terms of financials. Those 2 years, I would say, have ripple effects. But I think right now where our enrollment is, we're increasing, but it's steady. We're able to project a little bit more consistently. So our SEG is a little bit more consistent. We're able to project out a little bit better. And we've, since that first year, going into our second year of operations, switched business management firms. So our business managers have a longstanding track record in New Mexico. They're able to help us navigate the request for reimbursement more fluidly. And so that has not been an issue on our end. I will say some of the procedures that we're trying to navigate right now at the state. For example, we haven't received a request for reimbursement fund since June or July. And that's a challenge for a school that's growing, and a challenge for a school that's still relatively small compared to some of the others, and still relatively new compared to some of the others with a cash balance that exists, but isn't as robust as, a district or a larger, more established charter school. So those are some of the bigger challenges that we're navigating. We're still navigating financially.
No, and I appreciate that. I appreciate the size of the school starting off and then growing rapidly can cause some issues. And again, I don't want to harp on that because obviously the educational results of the school have been outstanding. Without duplicating what everyone else has asked, but getting to what Commissioner Carrillo was kind of getting at, the purpose of charters is to try different educational schemes, different pedagogy to use. What you're doing, taking excellent teachers and letting them focus on that subject area, is something that I've said, why don't we do that throughout all of our schools and actually require that? The question is, has anyone from APS, in terms of the administration, ever contacted Altura to say, what are you doing? Would you come and talk with us to show us how we could improve the results in our elementary schools? Because that's the foundation. First through third grade reading, if we can get that started, we're going to see results throughout. Has anyone ever contacted you from APS or any other district?
We've only had one APS school come out to see us, and that was when they couldn't believe that we were in person and they were having to go back in person during COVID, and wanted to see all the systems that we had put into place. And they came out to see, like, they were just in awe at how we were able to function as long as we had been with kids in the building.
And it's nice, but that's more of the administrative type side rather than the education. What are you doing education? Because that's one of the things where I believe the legislature needs to focus, and PED needs to work with districts to say, guys, we have some excellent charter schools. Let's take some of those things and push them down into the district schools and start setting up some things requiring them to do some of the same things. Because you have 180 or so students, that's a fraction of the number of students in public education in Albuquerque. And you know, if we have a half dozen charter schools that are having the results of Altura, that's still just a fraction of the number of students that we would like to reach. And you know, that's sad that a school like Altura doesn't necessarily get the public recognition that you deserve. And so I want to second what Commissioner Carrillo and Commissioner Gibson has said. I applaud you. I am so in admiration. I have so much admiration for the school, for the programming that you're doing and the way it works. And you can see it in the students. You can see that in their faces and things like that. This is what education for our children should be. So you will have my unanimous support, even though I'm leaving the commission at the end of this month. You know, I wish you the best. And if ever I could ever help you in the future, please do not hesitate to contact me because I think the leaders in our state need to look at schools like Altura to say, this is how we can improve education in New Mexico. You know, we're about 15th, 17th in terms of funding to education, but we're 51st in results. Altura and programs like yours, results like yours, could move this state, and not in 10 years, but it could do it in 3 to 4 years. Thank you.
Commissioner Armijo?
Thank you. Actually, Commissioner Gibson already touched on some of the questions that I had. And I also want to applaud you all. You guys are doing an excellent job, and you can see it in the faces of the students. That video was really, really impactful. And one of the things that I noticed, I wrote down the mindfulness portion where they're sitting there taking a deep breath, where we should all do that more as adults, right? But I did want to touch on, I was reading about the Equity Council in your school, and I wanted to see if you could let me know where you guys are on that, because it seemed to be like you're still trying to get that started a little bit more.
We started a little bit later than we had initially wanted to this year. And I think it's just, again, there are a lot of asks at the beginning of the school year from NMPED. And we do that as a team. So it was, you know, there are certain things that have to get done, like making sure that all of our kids have been dyslexia screened, that we've given them the WIDA. There's just a lot at the beginning of the school year. So we had our first meeting in October, and we've had one in November. We just had one last week. So, I mean, we're having them on a monthly basis, but late to get started.
And the council had met before in prior school years.
Yeah.
It was just the first meeting date of that year was in October.
Right.
Okay.
And do you have like, I saw there was 3 staff and 3 parents that are on the council. Is there any thought of, you know, asking other community members or anybody else to serve on that council, just so you get to other perspectives from your community?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely something that we'll probably expand upon it. We just, you know, it's been, yeah, with renewal and everything this year, it's been, you know, there's been a lot.
The other question that I had was just about social emotional, just in general. I was reading a little bit about some of your tactics and then just seeing it in the video. But can you expand just a little bit more? You know, just what you're providing to the kids if they have needs of, you know, if there's bullying issues, if there are any sort of issues that they're having around anything.
So I think social emotional learning is just a huge part of our school. We do a value of the month. Like, for example, this past month, it's been good judgment. And we recognize students weekly at we have a Friday morning circle. And so on Fridays, we have a K2 ceremony and then like a 3-5 ceremony, and the students come in and they're recognized by their teachers for different things that they've accomplished, and they get little tags they're little brag tags that they can wear. And it's not like, even though we have a focus, for example, of good judgment, there are other things that they can get it for. For bringing up grades. We call it our bug award, or and the kids are enthusiastic in their applause for all of their friends. We recognize birthdays. We recognize just their commitment to excellence in all of their subject areas. As far as like any issues that happen between kids, there are always going to be issues that happen with kids, and we do sit down and talk to them about it. And we often will do like a mini restorative justice circle. We'll have them like face each other, or like knee to knee, and they talk about their feelings, and we give them that time. We actually have them write letters of apology and it really depends on what the situation is. And our discipline issues we've been blessed. I think, they're very few and far between, but I think it's also because of all the work that we've done since the time that they've been in kindergarten to kind of foster these skills that, these values that we think are super important. And the minute that something comes up that we weren't expecting, let's say like, for example, we in first grade 2 weeks ago, we had an issue with personal bubbles and minding our personal bubble spaces. So we read a book, Don't Hug Doug, he doesn't like it. And, so I'll go in there and I'll, have a class meeting with the kids, and we'll have a response to it. And the kids will, we'll make it a literacy based project as well. And get the kids just talking about their feelings. And I think that's the most important thing, that kids are able to get things off their chest and feel heard and seen. And when you have kids that are heard and seen, a lot of the other stuff diminishes.
Absolutely. Yeah. So as you can tell, I'm the touchy-feely one on the council. So I appreciate that. I just like to hear more of what y'all are doing and I mean, you can see it. And as I'm just going to echo what everybody said before, we can see that you guys are doing great work, and we thank you for that.
Thank you.
So I'll say that it's the only thing that I was gonna bring up was financial stuff, because it's the only thing that I could see that was maybe more of a struggle than anything else. You being a new school, I saw that was more of a struggle when you first started than now. Like, it looks like every time you see something, you fix it, right? Like, this was a problem. All right, that was a problem. Let's do it, right? And so I have no concerns about a future with this school. My only question for you is, how are you going to serve more kids? Genuinely, like, that's all I'm like, the results for me. I mean, the commission hears this all the time. For me, I just want to see the outcomes. What you do, right? The SEL work you do, the family engagement work you do, all that is supposed to lead to outcomes for your kids. And that's what's happening. So that's why, like I said, I am so excited about the future of this school. How are you going to serve up to your cap? Like, what are challenges that you have in the next 5 years to get more kids to come to you? I know, like, especially after this first contract term, going into your next 5, word of mouth is just going to keep going, right? The word of mouth. I know you're doing recruitment efforts, and I appreciate that. I actually first want to tell you, thank you for your responses to all the questions and comments that we had. Very, very detailed, great responses to those. So I'm not going to belabor any of that stuff, because you already took the time and effort to answer completely all those things. I just want to know, how are we going to get more kids to your school? How are we going to get more kids? How are we going to keep more kids and you keep those 80% proficiency rates, get as high as you want, keep going. Great. Love that. But like, if you have 188 kids right now and 80% of them, how are we going to get 400 kids and 80% of them? Like, that's what I see, right? I want more kids in your school because you're serving them and the results are coming for them. So I want them in your school. So what challenges, what's your plan for getting to your cap? What challenges are going to prevent you from getting there in the way that you want to? What do the next 5 years? That's what I'm more focused on now. What do your next 5 years look like?
We'd love for Jeff Bezos to throw some money our way, honestly, if anybody knows him. And would like a Altura prep at the Jeff Bezos campus. You know, we're really restricted by our building size and I mean, kind of where we are right now, but I mean.
What is your building capacity right now?
I don't know what, it's 400 something.
Okay.
for the
Yeah,
building.
yeah. But functionally, it'll be able to fit about 300 kids.
Yeah.
But that's not, this is a temporary, like, is your idea for it to still continue being a temporary location? What are y'all thinking?
Yeah.
We haven't gotten that far.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I mean, you all know that charter school facilities is an incredible pain point for schools. And that has been true for us since before we opened. And I think it definitely, we agree with you. We think our teachers are doing a wonderful job. We think our staff is phenomenal. Our families are obviously very supportive. And we want more kids to be able to have the type of program that we're offering. Honestly, it's a building issue. Definitely not one that we've given up on, but one that is going to have to be a next 5 years project.
Now that you're at this point right now, you can start thinking that way.
Yeah.
Actually, so I guess one of the things that I've heard from several great school leaders is they do keep really high like the hiring of specific teachers for their specific school is like priority, like a huge priority. And I saw that not only just from reading through your things and hearing, but also when the teachers were talking on the video, I can tell they're like, I don't know if the teachers here that talked about it, but it was like, I'm so glad they asked me back. Like, I'm honored to be asked back next year. That's a great environment for your teachers to be like, they hold such high expectations. So if they're telling me they want me back, that means I'm a good teacher, right? Like that, I know, like that gives me the fulfillment I need to be like, okay, like I know the bar's high, they're not letting people slack. But I think it also takes a lot of courage when you're hiring to hire the right people, right? Not take whoever walks through the door. So how has your recruitment of teachers who are interested in this model, but are the right fit for your school, how is that? Because we all know it's difficult to find teachers. And when you're looking for specialties in elementary, we always have, I know, middle school, high school, science and math, special education, like those are difficult subjects to recruit for. So how does the recruitment and retention of your teachers play into how you all manage the school as well?
I mean, I think you often hire and sometimes you don't know like how it's going to turn out, but you make sure that they're, given lots of opportunities for professional development and to grow. And our, one thing that's really important for us is that we want to make sure that we have a super cohesive team. We always say teachers that play together, stay together, and they work well together. And we watch that from, day one. We provide a lot of opportunities for them to bond and become like a really cohesive group. And I can say that, that's our staff right now, like, all for one and one for all. And so when we have, which makes all the difference in the world, when you have, students that are struggling or you have a pain point area in your data, like it's all hands on deck and you have to like problem solve together. And if you don't have a cohesive team, it's not going to work. So it's super important for us. And thank you for noticing that, because we have amazing teachers.
Well, and my hope is also, I know the first 4 years, like word of mouth it's just harder, right? Like you're just getting started. The community is like, I don't know, I've never even heard of this school, right? Like, and teachers are the same way. Like, this is a brand new school. I don't know if I don't know if I'm going to get myself into it. So my hope is also that in addition to your families, you're getting more kids, that, I mean, the teacher community does the same thing with word of mouth, right? Like all the teachers here have teacher friends that are still in schools that are teaching 5th grade all day and having to teach all the subjects, even though they really just want to teach history and language arts, right? Like that's what I like to do. I have to teach math because they make me, but I hate doing that, right? And that does make an effect on the kids too. It does. Like if you're a teacher, like I was a language arts teacher, I don't want to teach math. You told me to teach. I taught middle school purposely, so I wouldn't have to teach math, right? So, that's no different for elementary teachers either. We all like the certain subjects as well. So hopefully word of mouth spreads for your teachers too. And you get some teachers who are like, ooh, I want to do that for elementary school. And I could just imagine how confident your students feel leaving Altura and going to a middle school, because they're going to have done that kind of system already. Like that's not new. I remember when I was a middle school teacher, I knew the 6th graders, not only were they much shorter than all the rest of them, right? But they were like so scared their first day of school. Like they've had their one teacher. Now they have to like go wander the halls and move around. And it's like scary, so scary. And I could just imagine your kids are like, wait, you guys didn't do that? This is new for you? Like, that's weird. If they've been in Altura their whole elementary career, it's going to be strange to meet other kids who didn't do that. So I think it's a great idea and model. And what I like about now having your first contract done is it's a proven model now. I think you get to really move forward with confidence and say, yeah, we thought this would be good, but you have data to support you. So hopefully now that you're moving into your next contract, this is a great time to reach out to Jeff Bezos and show your data and be like, hey, not only do we have, more time now for sure, but look at what we did in the first 4 years. It's incredible. It's honestly incredible. I'm so happy that this is an easy one for me. Like this is very simple, clear cut and dry for me. So Commissioner Carrillo.
You mentioned math. I have a few notes. Your math is off the charts relative to other schools, whether it's district, state. What are you doing that's so different that, literally it's a 74 and most schools are like 20 on a good day. What are you doing to get these kids excited about being great in math?
We have amazing teachers. We have parent support, but I think it also trying to find the right curriculum and programming is huge, and it has to be fun. It has to be hands-on. It has to be engaging. And so that when you walk into any of our math classes, you are hearing math talk all the time. And that's what's happening. We also have we've had looping with our K1 and then our 2-3 and then our 4-5, which makes a big difference too, because if you're already walking in as a 5th grader on day 1 and you have Mr. Montano and you've already had him for a year, he knows where your skills are and he's going to take you where you need to be. Same with, Miss Ellington and with Miss Robb and now with Mr. Nunez. So it makes a big difference when you know your kids and their skill levels, and you can take off from the first day of school.
Well, and that's part of having the team approach and what's interesting is there's a subject that has not come up this morning that usually always comes up, and especially with newer schools, and that's your board. Because we often find that there are a lot of missteps for schools in the beginning with their boards, turning over a lot, not completing and I haven't seen that not completing their trainings. Is there anybody here from the board? Terrific. That's why I recognize you. Okay. And so what are you doing? And maybe the board would like to speak to this to maintain the strong board and also build for the word I'm trying to use. Somebody coming in to replace you. The word's just, thank you. Yeah. Sustainability on the board.
Yeah. I can speak to it a little bit. If you can move to that microphone, and then if you could introduce yourself first and last name for the record as well, please. Thanks.
Did I get it on? Okay. I'm Christine Sargent. I'm the board chair. Last name is Sargent. So I've been on the board since the founding, along with Pam, who's been on the board since the founding. We have had turnover since, so we have term limits. But I think one of the things that we did really well at the beginning is come up with our board packet, our bylaws, how we wanted to operate as a board. Lisa and Megan did a great job kind of getting everyone bought into the mission of the school. So I think we just have had a lot of sort of consistency of board meetings. We talk very openly about all of the issues. So that isn't something that we brush under the table. We ask a lot of questions. Lisa and Megan are very forthcoming. If there's something that's not going well, we talk about it, we problem solve for it. So I think that that's been a real strength. We've definitely talked about what would happen if either Lisa or Megan decided to leave the school. We haven't figured out hopefully that's not happening. We do a lot to say, don't leave. But, we definitely even talk openly about that every year to say, how are you doing? Do you feel good? Are you in for another year? Just so that we're not we're not surprised about any of that. So I'd say that, that's been a real strength. Anything, Pam, you would add? Missy and her team have been great just with our trainings. I feel like we're all very good at keeping up with those. And we even come back after the trainings and board meetings, say, hey, there was one issue where we weren't always saying that Pam reviewed the financial statements, that we didn't know that was a thing. We went to a training, we learned that was a thing, and now we do it, every month. And so we're okay, again, admitting our, yay, Missy, admitting our mistakes and figuring out and right sizing. So.
Great. Well, it just sounds like you're always thinking ahead of the game and not having to be reactive. And that was certainly the case with the whole, the COVID thing, not being combative, but thinking, okay, what can we do? What's best for kids? We know. So anyway. And
we even voted on that to say, we had a very rich discussion about, does that make sense? Is that the right way to go? There's pros and cons. And so
that's terrific.
Yeah.
Echo what Becca said. This is like a no-brainer.
Commissioner Gibson.
Okay, we ready? I move that the Public Education Commission renew the charter for Altura Preparatory for a term of 5 years with no conditions.
Second.
Thank you. There's a motion and a second. Any other comments by commissioners? All right, seeing none, Secretary Armijo, if you could call roll.
Yes. Chair Burt?
Yes.
Commissioner Carrillo?
Yes.
Commissioner Gibson?
Yes.
Commissioner Manus?
Yes.
Commissioner Robbins?
Yes.
Commissioner Voigt?
Yes.
Excuse me. And Commissioner Armijo votes yes. That passes, 7-0.
Congratulations. All right, all that, and now go get more kids. All right, we will adjourn until 10:45. Good. All right, great. It is 10:45 and I'm going to call this meeting back to order. We are on item D, which is the charter school renewal for Albuquerque Collegiate Charter School. And I would first like to have those of you on the panel introduce yourselves, and then we'll pass it over to the PED.
There we go. Good morning, everyone. So nice to be joined with you all this morning, Commissioner Burt and commissioners. My name is Jade Rivetta. I'm the founder and executive director of Albuquerque Collegiate.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, I'm Dan Hill. I'm the attorney for the school.
Thank you. And with that, we'll go to item A, which is Public Education Department Evaluation, and Director Chavez.
Thank you. I'm actually going to pass it over to Deputy Director, Dr. Russell, for this one. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Chavez, Madam Chair and Commissioners. I would first like to express my gratitude toward everyone who has worked so hard in this process, the school and its community and staff, the Public Education Commissioners, the Charter Schools Division team, and including contractors who were part of the site visits and everyone who contributed behind the scenes to this process. In a sense, the renewal process begins when
a new charter contract is signed or a new charter school opens, because schools have their eyes on renewal throughout the charter term. The actual formal renewal process began in August when the Charter Schools Division provided the schools with our data report, Part A of the renewal application. The schools submitted their application in September. We conducted site visits to the schools, including to Albuquerque Collegiate in October, and provided schools with a preliminary analysis on November 1st, which is in the PEC materials. Schools submitted responses on November 15th, and the Charter Schools Division made its final recommendation for renewal on December 1st, incorporating, where appropriate, changes in ratings to in the preliminary analysis. In Albuquerque Collegiate's case, we did not make any changes in the preliminary ratings. All of the school's ratings were either meets the standard or demonstrates substantial progress. There were no areas in which the school was failing to demonstrate progress. And the recommendation that the Charter Schools Division is making is to renew Albuquerque Collegiate Charter School for a term of 5 years with no conditions. There are a few areas in which the Charter Schools Division would like to amend portions of our preliminary recommendation. We made an error in the early literacy score in the original preliminary. The school, the school's rating for early literacy is 69%. The preliminary report said 47%, and that was the Charter Schools Division's error. Also, the preliminary report indicated that the school did not provide comparative data about specific neighborhood schools, because the school had reported that even though their math proficiency score was below Albuquerque District and New Mexico State average, it was significantly higher than neighborhood schools. So in their response, the school did provide that data, and CSD reviewed it, and schools in the immediate neighborhood of Albuquerque Collegiate did have math proficiencies in the single digits. And so even though the school is not meeting the statewide metric, they are exceeding the math proficiency for their neighboring schools. Another element in the school response to our preliminary analysis was regarding whether the school tracks students beyond the school. The school's mission is to prepare students for college and career, which, as one of the commissioners commented this morning, it's an interesting mission for a K-5 school, because there are 7 years after they leave 5th grade before they're actually going to college. So CSD had noted that there wasn't an actual plan in place to track students, their progress after they leave Albuquerque Collegiate. But we do recognize that really, when a school has a mission to prepare students for college and career, if it's a K-5 school, what that means is that when students are in 5th grade, they are on grade level, they are on track in terms of reading, math, and science proficiencies. And let's see, the final point that the school that the CSD made in its preliminary recommendation, to which the school responded in its response, was regarding its lottery policy. The Charter Schools Division has on our website a guidance document advising best practices in terms of lottery application, that basically you ask for name, contact information, grade level, and nothing beyond that. Albuquerque Collegiate does ask, how parents heard about us, what school did you attend prior, and this is not in alignment with the guidance document, although it is not, there's nothing in administrative code or statute regarding lotteries. It is charter schools' best practice. And we did put forth that lottery FAQ in response to a lawsuit calling out multiple charter schools for problematic practices in their lottery policies. And so the charter schools made reviewing school lottery policies a priority this year. So reviewing schools is a complex process, and circumstances during the past 4 years have made the renewal process even more challenging. Policies and practices have evolved at the PED. Some of what is in the performance framework is no longer applicable, which is why we are revising the performance framework. The Public Education Commission has a work group currently to look at revising the performance framework. The global pandemic created new challenges for schools, and there's always a balancing act between holding charter schools accountable to the same, if not more rigorous standards as traditional schools and honoring their autonomy as unique entities. The Charter Schools Division diligently reviewed what was in each charter school's contract in making our renewal recommendations, and found that Albuquerque Collegiate is implementing the mission and educational program in their contract with Fidelity, which is why we are recommending renewal for 5 years. So ultimately, the renewal process is a time for making serious decisions about whether to renew a school's contract, but it is also a time for reflection. Preliminary analyses are meant to offer an opportunity for each school and the PEC to reflect about what is happening in the learning community, specifically how the successes can be sustained and how areas in need of improvement can be improved. Thank you.
Thank you. That'll take us to item B, which is the school's comments, which should not total more than 30 minutes. Ms. Rivera?
Thank you all. We will get our slideshow up here. I just need to share that on our screen.
Just as a housekeeping matter, it looks like Commissioner Manus might not be with us. It still looks like. Yeah, well.
Yeah, so yeah, for the record, it looks like Commissioner Manus is not present at this time. We do still have a quorum of
We
six.
still have a quorum.
Yes.
All right. Well, again, Madam Chair and Commissioners, very appreciative to be with you all this morning, and thank you for your time and consideration as we present on behalf of the school. Again, Jade Rivera, I'm the founder and executive director of Albuquerque Collegiate Charter School. Today, you'll hear from us a little bit, kind of review about the school, some key points. A quick video highlighting some of our families and scholars in the classrooms, elements from our renewal application, and then hearing from a staff and student representative who are back on campus. So some reminders about Albuquerque Collegiate. Our core elements. We have 2 fully licensed teachers in all of our kindergarten through 2nd grade classrooms, really able to then provide small group instruction to our students. Our 3rd through 5th grade teachers are content specialized. We provide a longer school day and a longer school year, individualized instruction for our students, particularly through those smaller teacher to student ratio classrooms. I think the point of pride that we most have is that our teachers are very highly supported. You'll see that throughout the work that we do, and that we really try to model our program based on those that have been really successful, both here in New Mexico and around the country, particularly looking at schools that serve predominantly students of color and low-income families. And here is a quick video, and hopefully our sound works for us this morning.
Hold your head up high, hold your head up high, hope is just around the corner. Hold your head up high, see it in your eyes, you were born to fly, hope is just around the corner. Hold your head up high.
So for me, having Albuquerque Collegiate, oh my gosh, it was just a blessing. I have Pajarito Elementary, not even 30 seconds away from me. Like, it's literally across the street. And I was like, no, because my daughter went there, and I was like, no, I'm not choosing. So they went to Pajarito, they went to Polk Middle School and Rio Grande. Polk Middle School, horrible experience. So when I heard about Albuquerque Collegiate, I heard from another parent who her daughters went with my kids to Head Start, and her daughter came here first, and she was like, you have to try it out. It's not bilingual, but it's a really good school. And as soon as just the fact that it's 2 teachers per classroom, and that communication, that open communication, I love that.
Born to fly, hope is just around the corner. Hold your head up high. Hold your head up high. Hold your head up high.
Everybody thinks the South Valley is like a bad place, but then you have places like this that are trying to help young kids be better about themselves and grow up to be something. You know, you're not driving all around town trying to get your kids to these different places when I live like 3 miles away.
Born to fly, hope is just around the corner. Hold your head up high. Hold your head up high. Hold your head up high. Hope is just around the corner. Hold your head up high. See it in your eyes. You were born to fly. Hope is just around the corner. Hold your head up high. Hold your head.
There we go. Thank you all for that. So I wanted to overview some of our academic performance data and student outcomes over the last few years. In our founding year, that was a 2018-2019 school year, we have our iStation proficiency rate. In that year, we had kindergarten and first grade scholars. And then we had our STEP literacy assessment. That's an internal assessment that we provide our scholars. And our goal there is that we grow about 3 STEP levels. And that's a very rigorous metric. And so we met and exceeded really all of our goals in that first year, had a spotlight designation, designations for literacy, proficiency, growth, and family satisfaction. The following year, we know, was unfortunately interrupted by the COVID pandemic. And so in March of 2020, that's the kind of most recent or the best data that we had for the end of that school year. And at that point of the year, our students had grown about almost 2 STEP levels worth of growth and felt very much that we were on track for that continued growth and meeting the metrics of that year. Unfortunately, in March, of course, we did have to close our doors to families and, really shifted to serving all of our families virtually online for the next few months. In 2020-2021 school year, we were really proud to be able to open our doors to our families the first day that we were allowed to do so in September. That was from feedback that we received overwhelmingly from our families that they wanted an in-person option. We prioritized our English learners for instruction so that they were able to receive, our English learners and special education scholars were able to receive 4 days of in-person instruction compared to the 2 days. We had about 70% of our families participating in the hybrid instruction while that was available. Unfortunately, we were unable to use our iStation data during that time. We did transition to STEP data, recognizing that we had to shift our goals there. So our goal for that year was to grow 2.5 STEP levels of growth and came just short of that goal. For the following year, transitioning to kind of the new normal, we saw continued strength in our iStation data, step data just short of where we would want to be. And then this was the first year that we assessed through the state summative assessment, having third and fourth graders that year with ELA proficiency. And then unfortunately, our math proficiency was quite a bit lower than what we wanted it to be. We really did have to grapple with that as a team and identify ways that we could better support our scholars. This isn't something that, we wanted or what we had felt that we had been working towards, and so it took a lot of kind of inward reflection about our practices and how we were approaching that work, and I'll talk a bit about that in a slide coming up. For the current school year, we have our most recent iStation data, which again is showing strong growth. Our goal for this is to be closer to about 80%, 85% proficient by the end of the school year, and our team is confident that we will achieve that. Our most recent mid-year IMASA assessment data is shown here. I will kind of caveat that we don't feel that the IMASA assessment is as rigorous as the NMASA end of year assessment. I don't anticipate that 98% of our students are going to show proficiency by the end of the year. And so we've had to also look at that and identify ways so that we can get a better pulse of where our students are truly during the school year. And so we've made some adjustments on that. Below you will see state level data for reading, language, and math, noting that Albuquerque Collegiate is higher than all three at this point for the mid-year assessment. Let's skip to that slide. Apologies. So this is just a visual representation of that 21-22 school year data. Again, we have a lot of strength in our early literacy. I think that's an area where we've really been able to thrive and succeed. We see that ELA for third and fourth grade scholars a bit higher than the state district, and then kind of our neighboring schools. And then for our math, candidly, right? We want to be very upfront about this and owning this data. And we were with our governing board as soon as that came out and with our team so that we were really able to identify ways to better support our scholars. And then we have kind of our neighboring schools. What I will caveat this with is I want this to provide some additional context, but also recognize that we would never want to come into a situation disparaging any schools or any work that schools and school leaders are doing in our community. This is tremendously difficult work, and we recognize, many of our students in the community that we are fortunate to work in and be a part of face additional challenges, and that can very much interfere with our ability to grow academically. And so I want to just clarify that, we would never want to speak ill of any other schools, and just providing some additional context here. In terms of what that math support has looked like and how we've made some adjustments to that, we're providing additional support in our third through fifth grade mathematics classes by having additional staff support in there. We see a lot of strength in our literacy, particularly our early literacy instruction. So we want to really kind of model our math instruction to look more like that with the smaller groups. So students are getting truly small group targeted instruction for their individual level. We've shifted to utilizing a MAP interim assessment that our team went really back and forth with quite a bit to ensure that we're aligning instruction to the rigor of the assessment. And it is our understanding that MAP really is a kind of a more quality metric for identifying what the NMASA end of year assessment is looking for. So giving us better touch points throughout the school year to identify clear data points where we can better support our teachers and better support our scholars in the classroom. Our students have supplemental math practice in those third through fifth grade classrooms as well. We've also adjusted the curriculum in our kindergarten through second grade classrooms so that it again mirrors the literacy instruction in those classes and provides kind of better quality instruction for exactly what the rigor of these assessments and standards are looking for. Alongside all of that, we've really pushed ourselves to embody more of a growth mindset as we approach this work. And that's, post-pandemic lockdown, that I think we've had to recognize this isn't just about true proficiency rates. And it's really about, well, how are we supporting our students that, they might not hit a proficiency metric this year, and that's okay, but are they growing at least a year's worth of growth, at least a year and a half worth of growth in mathematics instruction? We know that from NAEP data across the country, low-income students and students of color were most profoundly affected by the pandemic and most profoundly affected in mathematics by the pandemic. And that's the, population of families that we get to serve. And so, we really have had to identify ways to better support our work and our students. Some of the elements in our charter contract, that intentional focus on literacy and mathematics, we've certainly spoken to. It's definitely the majority of our school day. We have those targeted supports and really partner with our families throughout our monthly conferences and family conversations, through conferences and monthly conversations with families about how their students are doing and ways that they can support their scholars at home. In addition to that, we have our teacher coaching and support program. This is something that we feel a great sense of pride in, and I think really attributes to a strong sense of culture and success in our building. We've adapted the state evaluation to really embed best practices, better aligned to the coaching that our teachers receive on a weekly and daily basis, right? Our teachers receive 3 weeks of summer professional development, weekly differentiated PD, data days, individualized coaching, team coaching, grade level data meetings. And so this is something that we take very, very seriously. Many of our teachers are newer or new to the profession, and I can tell you confidently, they look significantly better one semester in than I did 3 years in of teaching. And I think it is a huge testament to who we hire and who we get to work with and the quality of coaching and support that they receive every day. With that, we've also been recognized because of this work as an innovator school from Teach Plus New Mexico. A few elements on finances and governance. Our board members have completed consistently all of their training, working to really refine our policies and procedures. When we first started out 4.5 years ago to solidify the financial standing, when we started, we were a very small school. And every year as we've grown, we've consistently decreased the number of those audit findings. And when the most recent audit does become available in February, March, we're very excited to be able to share the results with the commission on those. In terms of our community engagement and support, this is something that's very important to our team. You'll hear from the folks at Pacha Counseling Services. Post-pandemic, we know our students really did face a lot of challenge, right? And our families did. And this was a difficult and trying time for everyone. And so we identified that, our families and students needed access to therapy and counseling services, and they're able to receive this completely free of charge through Pacha Counseling Services, and are able to do this on site at school, at the Pacha offices, which are very close by, and receive both individual student counseling, but also family counseling, which has been really restorative for many of our families. And I think we see just the tremendous impact every single day, and I could not be more thankful for that partnership. In addition to that, we have our partnerships with Westside Community Center, the Atrisco companies through Rio Grande Education Collaborative for our after-school programming that's free of charge to all of our families. We have our uniform and kind of clothing bank and food boxes that we prep for families ahead of those winter and fall breaks. Our regular family communications that are expected for every single family to get at least an individualized monthly touch point. Our families have been really outstanding and engaging in our work in the community. We have a picture here of the folks from our local fire department coming by to do a presentation for our scholars, and have really been excited about that community engagement work that we've been able to do over the last few years. some reflections and looking ahead. Our facility is a whopping 14,000 square feet and at max capacity for what we are able to provide in the building. We have, folks sharing offices and, many offices are in, glorified hallways. But that's our work, right? We are in a humble shopping center in the South Valley. And in order to be able to serve our enrollment cap of students that we have, we really do need more space. And so that is a priority item for us to be able to identify a facility very close to where we are. And we've been working for over a year on that at this point to identify that, to ensure that it meets all of the really stringent requirements that we've put in place so that at some point moving forward, we have more space to serve more students for our charter cap. In terms of middle school, this is our first year. We have fifth graders, which is wonderfully exciting. And it's emotionally kind of challenging. You all are going to hear from one of our fifth graders that, will be leaving us at the end of this school year. And for, we want to make sure that we are setting up every single one of our students for success. And what I would say is, I think, we very much do have a plan and have already been implementing that plan for what it looks like when our scholars do leave us after fifth grade. Already we've conducted individualized meetings with every single parent and family of a fifth grade scholar to identify ways that what it is that they want in a middle school and ways that we can support, because we know that can be a challenging process. And there are many, many school options, which we think is wonderful for our families. And so we're supporting them with that. They will receive an additional individualized meeting come January with those kind of recommendations based on the kind of stipulations and things that they've said they want for their scholar. And then we will help them with any application process, that kind of thing, school tours as we head into the spring. With that, our families have overwhelmingly indicated, concern about middle school. Middle school's scary. That we have certainly heard quite a bit from our families, Mr. Vera, when are we going to do middle school? When are we doing that? And so I think that, it is something that we're taking into consideration and want to be very, very thoughtful and intentional about. With that, we have a couple of representatives with us, our third through fifth grade English language arts teacher, Mr. Sapien, and then a fifth grade scholar, Anthony. Mr. Sapien, I will defer to you.
Okay, there we go. Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Sunny Sapien, and I'm speaking as a teacher representative from our team. I want to take a moment to share insight from the perspective of a seasoned teacher at ACCS. I've been teaching for 10 years now, with the past 3 taking place here at our school. Because of this, I have developed a huge appreciation for what the school stands for and how it holds true to its viewpoint of zip code not defining destiny. For me, ACCS has helped nurture my development and adding the element of joy throughout my instruction and behavior management. This has provided me opportunities to serve as a go-to teacher in the building for modeling what others might need assistance in. I've also been able to partner with both C&M and UNM departments of education to serve as a cooperating mentor teacher, as well as immersing others in our unique model of a school. In addition, ACCS has provided opportunities to hear and embrace teacher voice. This has been extremely valuable for our coaching model. In doing so, whether you're a veteran teacher or a new teacher, you're provided support that meets you halfway where you're at. You're able to see what you're doing well and you celebrate those successes every time you meet. Eventually, you're able to call your own shots by naming what it is in the professionalism that you would like to do better in. In doing so, this allows for teachers, whether they're veteran or new, to enhance their skills in a much expedited manner than what you would see compared to other traditional public schools. Furthermore, and hoping for the best possible outcome regarding a full renewal, I am excited to help oversee the potential in phasing in grades 6 through 8. Jade's willingness to be open to this idea during the recruitment and interview process of my employment at ACCS is what really attracted me to join the team. That was then, but this is now. I can honestly say that because ACCS is so small, we have the necessary systems and routines that make partnerships with our scholars and families authentic and everlasting. Together, we are one big happy family. We know most, if not all, scholars by name, no matter the grade. This is something that is not the norm in other schools. And because this is our aesthetic, visitors have come to realize that ACCS teachers infuse joy and passion in their teaching, while scholars are showcasing their joy for their learning, no matter the rigor or the obstacles in their way. In closing, I hope the school is renewed for a full renewal. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Sapien. And now we have the great fortune of hearing from Anthony Alarcon, a 5th grade scholar at Albuquerque Collegiate.
Hello, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Anthony Alarcon, and I am in 5th grade at Albuquerque Collegiate. This morning, I wanted to share ways that ACCS has impact my life and learning. First, ACCS has helped me improve my reading and comprehension because I'm finally learning my letter sounds, which has helped my reading grade. Second, ACCS has helped me learn what it looks and sounds like to show kindness and have respect for others and be brave, which are all of the things that I am doing right now, talking with you all. Lastly, ACCS has helped me feel like I belong and that my learning matters. This has made me grateful to be a scholar at ACCS because I am now confident in myself and my abilities. I hope the school gets renewed for full renewal. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Anthony and Mr. Sapien, for those wonderful words, and Mr. Sapien for these subtle pushes to me and the commission. Not so subtle there, Mr. Sapien. Thank you. With that, we are happy to stand for questions, and I believe we do have some folks signed up for public comment.
All right, thank you. So Missy, I'll let you take your time and we'll do public comment next.
All right, first, we're going to have Sarah Fitzgerald. I'm going to promote her to the panel. We have 16 minutes, so we don't have 16 people.
Good morning again, Madam Chair and Commissioners. I'm Sarah Fitzgerald. It's Fitzgerald. I'm speaking on behalf of the Board of Directors of the Greater Albuquerque Chamber of Commerce. We want to voice our support for Albuquerque Collegiate's renewal today. Albuquerque Collegiate has earned a place in the top 10% of New Mexico schools in literacy. It's an incredibly important foundational skill for kids that takes them through the rest of their academic career and through life. The school accomplishes this through some really innovative investments, like a co-teaching model that ensures each classroom's 2 teachers help reach each and every one of their young students, plus lots of structure that helps students feel safe and thrive. We also want to give kudos to founder and executive director Jade Rivera for not only stepping up to do this work in our state, but for bringing this model of excellence to the South Valley in Albuquerque, where rates of poverty are highest and where students, especially students of color, are most in need of a life-changing educational experience. We urge the Commission to approve Albuquerque Collegiate for another 5 years of excellence in education. Thank you.
Okay, next we're going to go to Mr. John Sanchez.
Good morning, everyone. My name is John Sanchez. I'm a retired Lieutenant Colonel, United States Army. I've been a licensed clinical social worker for almost 35 years now. And the last couple of years, I've been working with Pacha Counseling Services, which Ms. Rivera spoke about a little bit earlier. She took a little bit away of our thunder that we wanted to talk about, but that's okay. We wanted to talk about some of the things that have been impactful for us as an organization and how we feel like maybe we've impacted the school as well. So the young man that you guys saw speak a little bit earlier is one of the kids that I see at the school. Great young man. We have for about 2 years ago, our clinical director asked me if I was interested in going over to a school. I started out as a school social worker early in my career. And I was all for it, and they have accepted us with open arms. They've given us a space for us to see these kids, a nice, safe space. The teachers are overwhelmingly supportive of us. Ms. Rivera is overwhelmingly supportive as well. We are a multicultural, and we see families, kids. So there's often times that I will get texts or phone calls after hours. My parents know that is something that is available to them. And just as a matter of fact, last Thursday, Ms. Rivera and I were on the phone at about 8:30 with a safety concern that we had about one of the kids. So there's nothing that we won't do to try and help these young kids, and all that the school does. We're very appreciative of it, and we're glad that we can collaboratively work with them. I would recommend that they all be allowed to get their 5-year renewal as well, so that we can continue providing some service to this community. Thank you so much.
Next, we have Rob Leland.
Hello, I'm Rob Leland with Pacha Counseling Services. That's Leland. I'm the executive director of our organization, and wanted to let you know that we are honored to get to work with Albuquerque Collegiate to serve the students in our community. We ask the commission to renew the charter for Albuquerque Collegiate such that the school may continue to do the good work with academic performance and expand their services in the South Valley, as well as provide a safe place for children to have access to behavioral health services as provided by our organization. Thank you.
And then we're back on Zoom with Alejandra Flores.
Hello, my name is Alejandra Flores. I am a parent of a second grader in Albuquerque Collegiate. I think for me, it is really important to see our kids thrive, right? Especially mine as an immigrant and my kids being my first generation in the United States. School has been something that has been ingrained in my brain on how important it is, but I didn't know what a high quality school was until my daughter came to Albuquerque Collegiate. I can tell you the first time that we went, I was like, there's no way my daughter's coming here, right? It doesn't look that great. I'm worried, but I think it's the best choice that I've made. I think I have many scenarios that I can tell you on why it's been amazing, but the biggest one is in the middle of the pandemic, because my daughter started kindergarten in the middle of the pandemic, was going back to school for about 2-3 weeks and her coming back knowing how to spell her first and last name. So if I look at 5 years down the road from now, if the school doesn't get renewed, it's like letting my daughter fall in the cracks, and all these other kids as well that are getting this high quality education that for most of us maybe wasn't an opportunity for us to have, and that they have this opportunity to be better. So I please ask to really consider how much of an impact this is making, because it makes an impact overall, right? I have a cousin that goes to the same school as well, and I can tell you these little girls are getting an education that is gonna help them throughout their life. So I appreciate you. I really hope that you guys do renew the school's contract, and thank you so much for your time.
That's all we have, Chair.
Thank you. All right, that will take us to D, which is commissioner questions. Commissioner Gibson.
Thanks, and thanks so much for all of this, and really appreciate the counseling group being here, because that, you know, that support for families, we know is always important after these past 2 years, and the impact that you know, families have had. It's just you know, it's critical, and I really do appreciate that. And I guess I'm looking at you only have about $12,000 in grants that are coming at the state grants, I think it said. Do you get K-5 plus, extended learning?
Yeah, so our business manager is here and she can certainly speak to this more eloquently than I can. But we do participate in the ELTP program and a number of kind of additional below the line programming available from the state.
Yeah, it just doesn't, when I know you're small, it doesn't look like it's a lot of money to, you know, to support this. But I know also because you're small, but just, I just was curious because it's all lumped in the forms that we get into a variety of different, and I know you don't get pre-K because you don't have pre-K. So. Sure.
So Albuquerque Collegiate gets.
Sorry, if you could introduce yourself
Sorry.
first.
Hi,
That's
I'm
okay.
Katie Rarick. I'm the business manager for Albuquerque Collegiate. RARICK. So they get all the regular federal funding that the other schools do based on size. They also did get the CSP grant, which we've been spending down. So I don't know the exact number off the top of my head, but I want to say that they have. Last year, we probably got about $250,000 to $200,000 in federal grants. And then the rest is this regular state funding, which ELTP is lumped into.
Right.
Yeah.
So the CSP grant has how many more?
We're in its last year.
In
right
last
now.
year, right?
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
And so as a school, so all of our financial, we have 3 to 5 year financial projections. And so the financial projections has the enrollment taking the place of CSP going forward, because we've been able to buy a lot of our desks, computers, stuff like that, that we needed for startup that then kids will continue to use going forward as we grow.
I guess, you know, this is all about where can we look to help support these programs and get the funding for them so that it's, you know, it's sustainable, plus being able to get into a building that is, you know, that'll be able to offer even more programming and be able to stay in the area that, and I know that's, you know, critical, but we all know no matter where we are, facilities are hard to find and to finance. You know, I know you've got an early startup foundation so that, you know, it's tough for foundations to raise money. You know, there's only so many dollars to go around. So it's really a challenge. And, you know, I don't know what the answer is, but we know the solution is to be able to support programs like the counseling programs for schools, and how, you know, how do we continue to do that? So, and as much as I appreciate that, I was a little concerned when I read that the Equity Council kind of disintegrated, for want of, you know, the report that came from the director, I think said that it had been disbanded, I think I think that was the term that was used. Yes, or was I? Sometimes I do click on the wrong spot.
No, I can go back to the report and read exactly what it said. I know there's multiple documents to be navigating, and they're all on the PEC's webpage.
Yeah.
Give me a minute and I'll find
Clarify
that.
additional information there as well, Commissioner Gibson.
Okay.
So kind of clarifying related and appreciate your comments about the challenges of facility, right? That it's definitely something, as I mentioned, we've been working on for the last year and are still very much in the works on. And so want to make sure that we're working with local and national partners to be able to approach that very thoughtfully and carefully. And so that we're, not doing it to the detriment of program policy or the financial standing of the organization. With that, regarding the question about equity councils. So when that came from the state, we pulled together an equity council, and I will be very candid with you all in that our families had some reluctance, and our community members had some reluctance because they felt we were very much doing equity focused, DEI focused work throughout what we do as a team. And it's very much embedded in who we are as an organization. For context, most recent data for the state of New Mexico says about 40% of school staff members identify as people of color. Albuquerque Collegiate's percentage is 85%. We're very much, that's not to say that it's better or worse than because of that, but we are very much of that community and for our community. And it's something that speaks very much to who we are as leaders within our school and our community in the South Valley, in Barelas, in the kind of greater South Valley area. So with that, I will say that there has been some reluctance and that, some individuals even voiced concern that it felt performative or that it felt tokenizing. And so we have had to grapple with that and identify ways that we can really ensure that we are focused on equity work and being truly culturally and linguistically responsive in what we do every day and what we do in our classrooms, and that it's not about heroes and holidays, but it is about really embedding that into the instruction that our scholars receive, into the supports that our scholars, families, and community members, our teachers receive every day.
Yeah, I appreciate that. It says lost interest in the report. And I certainly hear what you're saying. And I'm just wondering if there, in my little perfect world, if there was a way that the responses to the Equity Council components, if a school is complying with it, can it not respond to that and say, this is what we've done, not necessarily with an external 5-member group that's doing it, but we're complying with all the pieces. And I know that's difficult because we live in these bureaucratic worlds where, we're requiring this, and I support the concept of the requiring it, because you want to make sure that schools are meeting the needs of their communities. But if a school has embraced it and is doing it, is there some way we can do it, respond to it by showing what you're doing, and not have to have, and we all know there's only so many people in a community to go around. And when you only have 100 and round up 150 students or whatever, it's tough to find, in this day and age, volunteers, we struggled with quorum early this morning, so it's, it's hard. So I appreciate that. And I appreciate the conversation about, potential middle school. That's, it's tough to watch those little guys go off to who knows where. I get that. And I'm not a fan of middle schools. But when you see a little guy like that and figure where they're going to go, they can be eaten alive, so I do, but I know it's a struggle too, but I do appreciate the fact that you're caring for where they're going. There aren't that many charter options there, if I recall correctly.
Commissioner Gibson, I appreciate your question. There are more charter options. We do have a number of charter high school options,
Yeah.
kind of in the greater South Valley area. Many of them are, because of our community, very focused on dropout recovery, school re-engagement. And so, we really are identifying with our current families, what is it exactly that you want to see? And very overwhelmingly hearing from those families because of their experience at Albuquerque Collegiate, they want something small. They want, ideally something close by that'll match kind of the rigor, structure, joy, love, and support that they felt in our school. And so we're really walking side by side with them to identify what those options are. As I shared, have plans to do school tours with them, walk them through the lottery processes for any of those schools that they're looking into.
All right, thanks. And just one last thing. And I'm thinking the answer may be the same as an earlier school. The difference in the kindergarten enrollment, is that the same answer as I got this morning?
So yes, because we had prioritized in-person instruction for that 2021 school year, we got a tremendous amount of interest from families in the community to be able to, so we opened up 2 kindergarten classes that school year. And because of limitation of our building size, we just really aren't able to do that. We had an extensively long wait list for our kindergarten class this year, which was really exciting. And honestly, it was very, very hard to tell moms and dads and grandmas and tias that, we don't have the space. And now we are also kind of building some of that capacity with our families so that about at least half to 2/3 of our current kindergarten class are younger siblings of current siblings. So they were really guaranteed spots. So when it came down to how many true spots we had available for kindergarten, it ended up being about 10 seats.
Yeah. It's a mixed bag. Yay and sorry, and I can't imagine those conversations. So thank you for having them with those parents. So thank you. I appreciate it.
Commissioner Carrillo, then Commissioner Robbins.
Good morning. Thanks for coming. And I mean, it's exciting because this is your first renewal. So first, I want to thank you for your answer on the equity work. I'm not a huge fan of this idea that we have to have equity councils if schools are doing the work of what we would want that council to do. The idea of having quotas, this many people here, and it's going to be really hard because everything else you ask of parents in your school community to find someone to be on this council. So I appreciate your answer. You live it, essentially, is what I heard you say. And to me, that's the most important piece. I like the fact that you are just really working with your kids in grade 5 about what's next, because I would just, anytime you're sending a kid off to school and, because you have the big APS, I don't even know what the middle school is in your area for APS, but I imagine it's probably got at least like 600 or 700 kids, maybe, or just, where a kid could feel lost. And so, I mean, it's important for them to find that transitional piece. I would echo what Commissioner Gibson said. Very happy that Ponch is here and very grateful for the work you're doing. It's just like making sure that kids have all the wraparound services that they need. And that tying into what you were saying, Ms. Rivera, around the work you do with parents and families about how to be your scholars' best educator. Because so often, no matter what you're doing during the day, you've got to have that parental instructional support at home. And I'm hearing that that's happening. So I'm impressed with your reading score. And Commissioner Robbins and we talk about this all the time, foundation of absolutely everything. And I see there was a slip between year 1 and 4, but I imagine a lot of that had to do with the gap of having to do instruction remotely, because then it instantly went right back up. And so, 69 is great. Let's face it. There are schools that come before us, and we're applauding them for being in like the upper 40s and lower 50s, which because the bar, as I've said in many meetings for New Mexico, is just so low. And so we can't accept the institutional mediocrity that's gone on for decades. And so you're at 69 right now, and I look forward to the next time we just see annual reports if that's going to be at, 73, then 77, then 80. So thank you for making that a priority. What are you going to do about math? Okay, I mean, just, I don't expect kids to take algebra 2. Oh, where's Glenna? Oh, didn't notice. Okay. I'm glad the legislature is considering getting rid of algebra 2 as a requirement, but there's still basic things that kids need to do to be able to, because you're the collegiate part, to have financial literacy, just to be ready to how math is relevant. And I did great in math and it was fun. And because I had a teacher, this little Miss Loftus, I'll never forget her, this little Irish woman that stood about maybe 4'6", with bright red hair that she was just like a drill sergeant, but she also made math really fun. But anyway, so what are you doing about math?
Thank you, Commissioner Carrillo, for your question. And so I'll kind of refer back to the elements that we had talked about during the presentation. And if I can, I would also respectfully disagree that around the requirement to remove Algebra 2 as a high school graduation requirement. I think it's very necessary. And speaking as a kind of collegiate focused school, but I would say for any students, you need Algebra 2 to be able to do trig. You need Algebra 2 to be able to do Calc AB and Calc BC. You need Algebra 2 to be able to do Stat 145 when you get to college. And so if we're taking that out, what is that message saying to our students across the state of New Mexico? So that's just brief soapbox moment. But I would also say, so we're really working to provide those intervention supports for our scholars. We have the strength in our literacy program and identified ways. What exactly is it that has allowed us to have that strength so that we can mirror those things in our K-2 instruction for mathematics, because the foundations there were clearly not strong enough for what our students needed and deserved in those upper elementary grades. So we're kind of reframing what that looks like. They've really done a transition from both a curriculum and instructional standpoint in our K-2 classrooms to provide more targeted and individualized supports. I think tell folks when I think we expect kindergartners to come in and they haven't done school yet. Maybe they've done some pre-K, but we expect they come in and they're all kind of on the same level. And really that's not the case, right? We have some students that have already been, maybe they have some foundations of reading, and some students who have never held a pencil before, right? So we see that gap and those differences, right? Already in kindergarten. And so we see those opportunity gaps widen and exacerbated as students continue on through their educational system. And so we've really identified that need, especially in our 3-5 grade levels, where we may have some students who haven't started with us in kindergarten, are joining us. Our friend, Mr. Alarcon there joined us in his 2nd grade year. And so he had already had 2 years of instruction somewhere else. And so we kind of had to get him up to speed with the work that we were doing. Again, noting the challenge, and I know a number of you all attended the Public Charter Schools of New Mexico conference last week, and we heard from the folks at NWEA about the impact of math instruction and what that looked like for students. We saw the results impacted across the country through our NAEP data, and Black and Hispanic students were most profoundly impacted by that, losing just phenomenal amounts of gains that had been made over decades and just plummeted really kind of overnight through the pandemic. And so we're identifying ways that we can really target those individualized supports for our students, and acknowledging that, students in our community, while we are not happy with our results and working really rapidly to improve those, and we're seeing the improvement, as you saw in our mid-year IMASA results, the reality is most students in our community are at single and very single low digit proficiency rates. And so we got a lot of work to do, right? We have, we have a game plan around doing that.
Thank you. I appreciate you speaking about the opportunity gap. No, and that's because that goes into the equity piece, right? And the drop, it's like anything. If you don't use the muscle, if we don't constantly use our math muscle, and then it's going to weaken. And so, no, thank you for your answer. So I would respectfully agree with you about the algebra 2. And I was speaking more in terms of, I want it to be available for everybody, because kids that are going on to anything, engineering, architecture, but whatever it is that needs that, I absolutely want it to be available and taught at a very high level. I just don't want it to be something that keeps kids back that aren't going into any track that requires that advanced math instruction. But I completely hear what you're saying. And I'm glad that you just kind of called me out on that. So I appreciate that. Thank you very much. And I really like what I see at this school, and I just see nothing but potential. So when we look at our annual reports, long before the next renewal, it'll be interesting to see, and I have very high hopes for where you're going to be. So thank you very much for your work, and at the Pancha and the people that spoke, and all of your teachers.
Commissioner Robbins.
Thank you. And Ms. Rivera, I would applaud you on your stance on Algebra 2. If you want to go into sociology, you have to take probability and statistics. If you want to go into any of the social sciences, probability, statistics in college is required. And without Algebra 2, you're going to have to basically take it in college, which sets you back further. It's another college class that you'll have to take that you could have taken in high school if they eliminate it as a requirement. And my fear is eliminating things as requirement means fewer teachers who are proficient in those subjects will be available in years to come. That's one thing that we need to look at. If we don't stress math is important, and encouraging math teachers and elementary teachers to learn how to like math and get kids to like math, they're going to suffer. Earlier, we were talking with Altura Preparatory, and how, they have a 70% proficiency in math, 70+% proficiency. I understand the student populations are probably different, but how you teach it, the way in which it is done is so important. The curriculum that's used. I don't believe students in the South Valley are any less capable in math. As they've demonstrated, they're not any less capable in reading. You've had that. So I appreciate what you said about working on changing curriculum and looking at different methods of doing math to get those proficiencies up. To me, math helps train the brain how to work. Math is like another language for a lot of students that haven't been exposed to it and things like that. Math is a language. It's like a second language, because you're looking at formulas. You're not looking at just a sentence of words. And so it has to be taught, and you really need people who enjoy it to teach it. My mom was an elementary school teacher, and she loved teaching the kids reading. She was okay at math, but she really loved the reading piece. And so, I think her students probably did better in reading than they did in math also. But I do appreciate that. What are you doing? Because one of the things that I see, given your location and the population that you work with, we talk about parental engagement and, having open houses, inviting them to come and visit the school and things like that is nice. But to me, parental engagement is encouraging them to participate in the classroom, to working with them, but also supporting the parents, because you're dealing with students that from an economic standpoint, struggle and what I see in some of the schools that are targeting these underserved populations, and I applaud you in doing that, that the parents themselves are not in a position to provide as much support to their students as students in other schools. And I think, that's one of the things that I saw with, my fellow students. If their parents, if it was a single parent, parents are working multiple jobs, there's less time that they are either willing or able to spend with their students. And I thought, well, if the school can engage and work with the parents to help them out, are there programs that you have? And I understand small school, it's very difficult. Are there things that you're doing to work with the parents to get them to understand the importance of their child's education?
Thank you for your question, Commissioner Robbins. A few things that I would note and appreciate your commentary around mathematics and wanting to really ensure we're building that joy and love for math. I personally love math. And so I think when we had those results, it definitely, and I was a former middle school math teacher. And so I think those results definitely felt like a gut punch to us. What I will say with that, and certainly agree with you, this is not about a student capability issue. This was a direct reflection of us as adults in the building, not being effective in our instruction. So I'll clarify that I very much agree with you and believe that our students have the utmost ability to achieve at the highest levels. And unfortunately, our instruction and the support that we were providing didn't result in that. In addition to the question about parent capacity, willingness, I will say, I think if anything, and I think our families in the video and Mrs. Flores that spoke, understand candidly, almost more acutely than maybe families in other areas of town, how important education is. And so I think our families very much do know the tremendous value of what education can be, right? This is the silver bullet. This is the thing that can change generational cycles of poverty, right? And many of the individuals in our school, myself included, are a testament to that. And so I would say our families know and value education, the importance of education. With that, we have 100% of our families, truly 100%, because we hound them, participate in our family conferences that are conducted throughout the school year. And as part of those family conferences, we're going over the data for each individual student, that families are receiving specific things because of based on where their student is leveled, specific things that they can do at home to support their scholar, and things that, their older children can be doing to support their scholar, that their student can be reading to a younger sibling, that, we are fortunate to have many grandparents raising grandchildren. And so some of that is talking with them about, here's how we log into the different programs, right, that are available at home. We've gone into homes and set up Wi-Fi and been on the phone with Comcast in some of our families' homes because they didn't have Wi-Fi or they had never used an email or Zoom or a computer. And so, some of that support does look, a little bit additional or different maybe for our school than it may in another more affluent area of town. And I will reiterate that our families very much do know that value of education.
Thank you. With regard to facilities, the PSCOC that I have sat on for the last, 3.5 years, they've been increasing the lease assistance. Do you have a gap between what your lease is and the lease assistance that you receive? Do you know how much that gap is?
Thank you, Commissioner. Our business manager is whispering a 75% amount gap, and a tremendous kind of nod to Matt Paul and the team at PCS&M for that shift in the legislature for increasing that, increased more in the last year than it had over a 4-year period in the last year. So we're very excited about that. We're moving in the right track, and we're paying a lot of money to be in a candidly pretty rundown spot. So we want to make sure that, the facility really reflects the quality of the program and what our families and students deserve in our community. But unfortunately, there is still a pretty significant gap between that lease assistance amount.
Right. And I understand, they're increasing it to somewhere close to $800 per student, but that's less than a quarter of what the average for capital is in New Mexico. And it's about, people are going to be shocked at this, it's almost a tenth as much as what Albuquerque spends per student per year. Albuquerque is spending somewhere in the neighborhood of $6,000 per year per student on capital and debt service and actual capital, direct capital spending each year. So, the gap, the paper today is talking about a $3 billion surplus that the state is going to see. And, one of the things that I look at is this is one of the areas where charter schools could be benefited so much more if the state would actually take the position, the legislature has to do this, to assist the charter schools to get them into permanent facilities, not just give them the opportunity to borrow money that they have to pay back, or give them this or give them that or give them tacit things, but actually work with them. And again, saying, well, you have to be part of the APS program since you're in the APS district. Oh, they can add you to the program, but it's 10 years before you're going to get any money from them. That's not helping the charter schools and schools like Albuquerque Collegiate. So I applaud you. Earlier, they talked about Jeff Bezos. It was actually his former wife, Mackenzie Scott, that gave $3 million to mission achievement success. It's individuals like her, and I don't know anything about her politics or anything. It's individuals like her that can help charters, because reaching, I don't know if you could reach out or have people that could reach out, but there are groups out there that are willing to help charters with capital money and things like that. But it is so important that the state step up, because the state talks about, throwing more money into SEG and everything, and that's great, the equalization guarantee, but then they shortchange small districts and they shortchange charters on the capital side, and then they have to pull out some of that equalization guarantee that's supposed to go into direct education, and it's having to go to pay for their buildings. And that to me is a travesty that this state really needs to address. So I applaud you. Thank you for the work that you're doing, and continue to support your parents. Thank you.
If I can respond, thank you, Commissioner Robbins, and would be thrilled to lobby some of the legislators up in Santa Fe with you about the need for this. If we are talking about equity work, I think this should be at the forefront of what we're talking about in terms of facilities and needs for our scholars really across the state, and certainly for those in the South Valley. So appreciate your comments on that. What I will say is also, I would hope that this money would come from New Mexicans for New Mexicans, right? One of the criticisms of charters more nationally is this idea about kind of private and private funding. And so I think we really do try to prioritize those public dollars to show what is possible. So appreciate your thoughts and very much share the sentiments regarding facility needs.
Commissioner Armijo. Thank you. So of course, Commissioner Gibson and Commissioner Robbins have already taken some of my questions and comments, but Albuquerque Collegiate is in my district, so I kind of know that, well, I've lived there my entire life. So just to piggyback on Commissioner Robbins' question about engaging the parents, and I know how difficult it is when your population of parents probably have 2-3 jobs, or like you said, grandparents are helping to raise and older siblings and that sort of thing. I was just curious as to if you touched on a whole slew of items that you're doing to make sure that parents know what's going on. I just wanted to maybe see if you can give me a little bit more about maybe what you're doing in the community, if there's any community collaboration going on. I know you mentioned Westside Community Center. I know that some of the other community centers in the area, like Alamosa, it's a little bit further, but even maybe some of the other district and charter schools, like South Valley Academy, those kinds of places where you could like maybe some of the older students could maybe be mentors to younger students. And I don't know that helps with parents, but I just know that that helps in different ways. So just if there's any sort of collaboration going on in that area.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Amijo. I think this is an area where we've really tried to continue growing and supporting. So this year is the first year that we have a dean of school culture. And a lot of her focus is engagement with our families and the broader community. And so through kind of those family conversations, she's starting to do meetings with the different schools. And so I think we're trying to do more of that engagement and just candidly have continued work to do there and how we engage, particularly with some of the other schools in the community. For the work that kind of I do myself, we've been really engaged with the folks at HomeWise and providing additional supports and information to our families about home buying, right? And what that looks like, that, you know, many of our families are not homeowners, but can be. There are, you know, a multitude of programs available. And so really one of our big goals over the next 5 years, should we be approved for that renewal, is going to be very focused on these partnerships that we have, similar to that with Pacha. The team from Altura and I speak a lot about, you know, this is a bandwidth issue. We cannot be all things for all people at all times. And if we're trying to, we're probably not doing a great job of it. But the folks at Pacha do counseling services incredibly well. The folks at HomeWise are doing home buying education really, really well. And so how can we partner with more of those organizations in our community? And the goal would be that, you know, come, you know, a new campus location, that there would be a centralized hub, and kind of for us re-envisioning community school options for what that looks like, instead of the school being the holder of all of that information, that we have spaces for our community partners to work and provide information and support our families directly on our campus. So that's very, very much part of our broader plan. But it's a lot of lift to make all of that happen, along with, you know, trying to have walls and a roof.
Gotcha. And that leads into my next sort of question. And if you touched on this, let me know, but what areas in the South Valley have you looked at? And also, are you, if you're going to expand to middle school, are you also thinking of adding a pre-K?
Yes, thank you for your question. And so we have worked with the folks at HomeWise to be really clear around location, what we want for that, to ensure that we would still be close by. We just recently looked at a few different plots of land, all of those that are in possible contention for that selection are less than 10 minutes away from our current location. And so that is very important to us, and actually would be a lot closer to many of our families from where they are traveling currently. So that's very exciting for us, and the potential of that. Remind me of the second component of your question.
Since you're planning to do also middle school, the pre-K.
And so they're early conversations around middle school. Obviously, that would have to be something that we know we would have to come to the commission for approval on that. But definitely some subtle and not so subtle nudges from our families, teachers, community members around that request. We would also like to be able to provide pre-K services. And that's something that we've talked about as well with the folks at YDI even, and a potential partnership that, you know, Pre-K is not something I know well, right? It's not something that I think anyone on our team feels like they know really well. And so before we would do anything like that, we would want to build that capacity or bring that capacity onto our team. And two, look at, are there community partners that we could work with that are already doing this work really well, like the folks at YDI, and be able to have that on a community campus.
Yeah, I think I've heard about the conversations with YDI because they provide such a great service. I mean, like you said, leave it to the experts. So good. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Commissioner Voigt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know you're ready to stop answering questions. So this will be quick and fun, hopefully. First of all, I wanted to congratulate you on your Manatee Fellowship. For the commissioners that don't know, the Manatee Fellowship is for school leaders of color. We have 2 Manatee Fellows in Albuquerque, Ms. Rivera and Ms. Jackie Baldwin, the leader of San Bernardino Leadership High School. So congratulations on that. I hope it's good learning for you and your life. And I'm hoping also through that fellowship, because you talked about the Equity Council and how some of those members felt tokenized. I've been there, felt that, but hopefully that's coming from not how it's being presented to them. You know what I mean? Hopefully there can be some authentic conversation, because I know the folks that are feeling tokenized need that empowerment. And if there's a way that you can wrap that what you're learning at Manatee with your community schools piece and with your parental engagement, the Equity Council might be a lot easier to swallow for those members. And yeah, it's something that's mandated, but I think it's necessary, and I think it's something that can be creatively constructed, you know, with really good intentions and preventative action behind it. So I really appreciate hearing about your community partners, because you're thinking big picture already, and you're only in your 2nd year, 3rd year, 4th year. Where do the years go? I know. What year is it anyway? No. Is it 2023 or 2024? Anyway, so it's great because you've got your counseling folks on staff or contracted. You have you're looking at HomeWise. That's huge for your adult learners, and then you're looking at YDI. So these are all really well-established organizations that can contribute huge resources, and I mean experiential knowledge resources to your school and to your community. So that's really great thinking ahead. And I would be remiss if I didn't touch upon Algebra 2. I think it's great that you offer a choice. I hope you do, because Algebra. Oh, that's right. Okay. So anyway, but for your kids in their thinking ahead, right? Algebra 2, and this is just my personal philosophy, is a gatekeeper to graduation. And that's how it's been utilized, and I think that if there are more options available that are relevant, like financial literacy, like probability and statistics, those types of data pieces are what are being more utilized now in the 21st century than going on a trig calc path. Okay. So there just needs to be choices in that before we funnel every kid into the same mold and force them to take Algebra 2 before they can graduate, as if it's, a great privilege, before they can graduate from high school. I have a lot more other ideas about how kids can and should be able to graduate from high school. Like Carnegie credits is just seat time. But anyway, what I wanted to talk about mostly was, with your Equity Council, if you can get them to the roundhouse, that would be empowering for them, because you're talking about lobbying for money and dollars. That's something that would really help empower them and give them meaning behind them being on an Equity Council, other than just saying, oh, PED is mandating an Equity Council, but you be on it. You know what I mean? To put some value behind that, especially for the community that you serve. Thanks.
All right, I think I'm the last one. And I don't mind asking you questions because if you don't like talking about your school, I'd be shocked. So if we can give you an hour of being able to talk about your school, I'm happy for that. Once again, this school's an easy one for me, because you've been able to show success. And the other thing that I think as Commissioner Carrillo said is the potential, right? And I think it's extremely refreshing to hear a school leader come in and say, hey, our results aren't where we want them. And it's us. Like, it's not, oftentimes I hear it's the kids or it's the families or it's someone else. And so it makes me feel like there's great potential, because if you put it back in your court of we need to do something different, then I think that's where change actually happens, is what do we do? And so it does seem like those, like thinking about the wraparound supports you're providing, because I do think I ultimately schools are there for the academic success of students. We know students, your scholars, need other things to get to that level as well. So going back and being like, okay, what are the wraparound supports they need so we can focus on the math? Like, we need them here to focus on the math. What things do they need to get successful so they can also focus on the math? I feel like you're doing so many things already, and I feel like you're not giving yourself credit for doing them, or you're trying to not go down a path of like, well, we're already doing it. So like, I'm just wondering and hoping you're doing community schools work. You're doing it. And you're doing equity council work. Like, you're already doing it. So I'm hoping you can take advantage of the fact that maybe they're slow pitches for you and you can hit them out of the park, because I hope you apply for community school funding. I mean, I really hope you take advantage and don't take it, like, get another person in there to help you with those connections, right? Because there is a bandwidth thing, and you're, as a small school, like, those pieces can feel overwhelming of who's going to be the person to reach out to YDI and figure out that partnership. Who's going to be the person to do these partnerships? And the community schools model you're doing it. I think you can easily integrate into what the requirements are so you can get funding to have a person that's doing that work instead of it being another administrative duty that you're doing. Because I know your administrative duties seem to focus on your teachers, right? Like heavily focused on the teachers and supporting the teachers. So I don't think we want you to detract from that, right? So, but your school does need those supports around you. So that would be my encouraging part of you're doing it. So I really hope you could take advantage of the funding that's available to support you in that work and help expand your bandwidth, because that includes an additional person. Like, it's going to fund people for you, and you need the people in your school. Yeah, I mean, if you had come in and been like, yeah, our kids are tough on math, like, I think I would have had more questions for you. But just seeing that anytime as I read through what your school has, where it started, where it's come through, where it's gone, it's just continuous growth, right? Like, I appreciate, I'm going to keep saying, I appreciate that it's real. You care about it. And every time there's an issue, you work to correct it. And I think that's, like, to me, the hallmark of a great school. And once again, I'm super looking forward to the next 5 years. I really hope that your facilities part can be adapted to match what your students in your community deserves. And I just wish that wasn't so difficult. It's so frustrating that that's what's hindering schools, is their space. That's so frustrating. So Mr. Paul, get back to work. More. Yeah. Yeah. But I mean, I hate that that's what we have to hear hinders great schools. That's frustrating. So I think we all feel for you in that aspect. I did see on there's a piece in the lottery application that seem to be like a point of contention. And I don't know if it's necessarily, I want to like get into it that far, but it just, I'm concerned about, once again, it seems like we have to be cautious of autonomy and compliance and recommendations and what that looks like and what a school is required to do and then what they're doing and the practice behind it. And I have it in the exact same similar vein. There's a comment in the analysis and in the responses about the mission and following kids further beyond basically sixth grade, like tracking them into college. And I think I'm just worried that we're getting too specific on telling a school what to do in those things. So I'm concerned by what I've read in this, and I don't know where's the right place to talk about it. Because I don't think it's a Albuquerque Collegiate issue necessarily, but I guess maybe we're just going to talk about it. Okay, so first, the lottery application. It was mentioned to not have a login and password, and that there were a couple other questions that it was recommended be removed, but in the response you gave was not necessarily that you would do those things. So can you talk about that? And CSD maybe be prepared as well to talk about this part.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm certainly happy to speak about that. And I think and our general counsel is here to provide any additional context with that. And I think what we have to kind of sit with and consider, and would ask you all, as well as the Charter Schools Division, to consider is what are true mandates as stipulated by statute and administrative code, and what are recommendations, and that those are not the same thing. And so by law, we have to acknowledge that. I come to this work formerly working in education policy for Mr. Paul back there. And so certainly don't mean to bring up any of this in, to be combative or contentious, but really acutely knowing what those distinct differences are. And where I think we see eye to eye on some things and those recommendations, we've made those changes, right? We have removed the "how did you hear about us" question on the lottery application for this upcoming school year. I don't necessarily agree with that. I think it helps us gather information, but we have removed that. With that, we are going to keep our online portal because we very much feel it is in line with what law and statute stipulate. And there's nothing that really says that cannot be utilized. If anything, we do think that does allow for greater access for families, that they can submit an application at any time and it then go through an online system. And as we've gotten a little bit bigger and now have growing wait lists, we started this school year with wait lists for every grade, that we need to ensure that there is equitable access to that, and an online system then takes out personal bias as the system runs the lottery versus a human. We know we are certainly more prone to error as humans than a technology-based system. So I would kind of clarify that. I think, we stated very much our stance on this, and any commentary that was provided during the site visit, we stated that in our analysis response. So I would defer to that for, any additional comments.
I don't know if CSD wants to respond, and then Commissioner Gibson, if you want to keep on the same topic. Yeah. Okay.
I'm happy to respond, Chair Burt, commissioners, and thank you. I didn't realize that you had removed the question, but that's listening to feedback. Where the CSD is coming from, and I believe that we wrote this in a report, is that at one point, we received information about a lawsuit about to happen, and I'm not sitting next to an attorney like others are in the room, but we did receive information about a lawsuit that was coming at charter schools for having a lottery process that seemed to bias some students. And so we took a look at our guidance, and it is guidance. I recognize it is guidance. It's guidance based on best practice from national as well as our understanding with years and years of experience working with charter schools. And unfortunately, sometimes having to hear people say, oh yeah, those charter schools are doing so well because they cream their students. That is like the worst thing I have to hear, because I believe that our charter schools work really hard to have excellent results. And so even if it's a perception that that might be occurring, not even a reality, those are hard words to hear. And I don't think the charter schools movement wants to have anybody believing that they aren't providing equal access to their schools. So the feedback to the school, I believe, is also based on not just what is best practice. I would argue that logging into a system and having to have a password is an equity issue. I know that not everybody has access to technology. We just talked about it. I really appreciate the system sort of randomly choosing your students. I wonder if there's a way that a school could enter data for some families that maybe don't have the tech skills or equipment and that sort of a thing. And maybe you do that, which is wonderful. But that's where we were coming from. We wanted for schools to take a look at the lottery guidance. And I hear PEC wanting to separate out also what PEC puts out and with what the state puts out. But what we're looking for is really trying to eliminate any questions about how students get in. And maybe there does need to be something in rule, statute or rule. We can talk about that. Some people have already talked about there being a universal lottery across the state. Other states do that, and it's centralized so that there's no question at all about the lottery. New Mexico might want to consider it. But in this particular case, we were concerned about the additional questions. And there was a question about needing to access technology to enter the lottery process. Thank you.
All right, thanks. We'll do Commissioner Gibson, then I'll.
Yeah, and thanks for that. That was, excuse me, that was my concern. That if, and I know we've spoken about this at public meetings, that there has to be multiple opportunities for access to a lottery application, so that if a family doesn't have the technology access, that they can do a traditional paper copy and someone else can input it, so that there isn't, it's not a concern of, for your school in particular, that it's obvious that you have families that are diverse, that are accessing it, but are there others similarly that are unable to access it because they don't, or could they come into the school and someone do it for them as they're there? So just that, because it is perception. When someone decides that they're going to write an article in the newspaper, they're going to look through and they're going to take a look at someone's lotteries and they're going to say, oh, look at that charter school. You can only do it if you've got access to that computer, or you know how to do this. And a lot of families may not. So you don't have the context and you don't have the opportunity to hear the school answer to that. I do appreciate the randomness of someone else doing it. That certainly makes it easier. I'm not a huge fan of the universal lottery. I think to me, it should stay with the school. You have so little autonomy that do it. But We're trying our best to make sure that, lotteries are equitable. And a lot of the questions that guidance was, don't ask this. It's because when there is that human touch on it, and you're asking like, what school did you come from? In some areas that could be, oh, I know what kind of student that potentially could be. And someone could say, oh, we're not going to take that person. It's certainly when you're doing it electronically, but that perception, once again, people from the outside don't know that that's what's happening. So that they see it and they're, all charters are, and we go into legislative sessions and you don't know what a legislator is, whisper it in their ear, and then it's, it becomes, that's what's happening everywhere. And that's, we're trying to protect everyone through this. So is there an opportunity for parents, or families, to, if they don't have the technology, to submit an application?
Yes, Madam Chair and Commissioner Gibson, I know, again, we have a number of documents in front of us. What I would refer everyone to would be the school's response to the preliminary analysis where we addressed this, and I'll just read from that. It's on page 5. So regarding the school's lottery system, we would reaffirm that the school remains compliant with all legal requirements. The school enrollment system is very much equitable in that we stated during the site visit, and then furthermore in this document, clarified that families can always submit enrollment applications and registration information in person, via phone, or through the online system. This actually ensures equitable access to the system for all families at all times. Again, we would request to refer. There was a comment made during the site visit of this idea of the inability of a single mother of 4 to complete an online application because it requires a login and password. This statement was felt to be very, highly offensive to our team. And we sincerely hope that this kind of a statement wasn't made or shared with any of our families, or I hope that they have already logged out at this time. I did not want to have to repeat that. With that, I would refer all to the site visit team code of conduct as was outlined in the renewal site visit that shares kind of stipulations around what kind of conduct should be held throughout that, including this idea of kind of non-judgment about that. I find it hurtful that a statement like that would be made, or assumptions would be made about any family, regardless of their marital status or number of children that they have. With that, if we are talking about this issue of perception, I would gladly invite anyone to come to our building and look at the students and families that we are very fortunate to be able to work alongside with. Look at the building that our school is in. And so it is difficult for me to hear some of that commentary because I very wholeheartedly disagree with it and think that our team does truly an exceptional job of acquiring those applications, whether it be via phone or in person or online. And when we do that, we note it. So we have a tracked information system of how our families are applying.
Thank you. And I apologize if I missed it, because it's not an excuse to say we've got multiple applications and we miss things, because it's not I should not use that as an excuse. So I apologize I missed it. The perception is not our perception. The perception I'm talking about is someone out there that decides they're going to write, a scathing article, and they're going to cherry pick information. And that's, we spend too much of our time doing damage control as opposed to forward progress work. And that's, that's what gets so frustrating. And it's frustrating for you too. So I appreciate that.
Thanks. I think that's like a perfect ending to that one, is that, yeah, we do a lot of damage control instead of being proactive and thinking about what actually works best for the family. So thanks for that. I have one other one, and it's going to be about the mission and mission how it's described and tracked, the tracking of the mission. Which I know, once again, I saw in the response, you said this, we didn't have mission goals, so there's not a rating for mission goals. And I hear that, but I still want to talk about it. So bear with me. So I saw that, the charter school division asked, how are you ensuring your students are career and college ready, right? And how are you tracking them beyond your school? And I think that in your response, you're like, we're helping them get into sixth grade. And then I saw when the final analysis came out, I was like, no, like beyond sixth grade, like what does that look like beyond sixth grade into college and career? The only concern I had about that was in the analysis was that CSD had said that, Albuquerque Collegiate should put their mission goal to be that they should be following kids later on, which I would hesitate to tell a school what their mission goal should be next year. So that's the first thing I'm going to say is like, I think the school should come up with their mission goal. I also think it's very, very difficult, maybe improbable to impossible to track a fifth grader to their high school graduation later. I think that'd be extremely difficult to do. So I don't know if that's something, I'd be really interested to know if that's part of a plan, because I saw we do have a plan to track kids after Albuquerque Collegiate. So can you talk about, is that what I heard from you in your presentation and in here, that you're doing extensive work with your fifth graders on getting them into looking at charter schools, their traditional school, like all their options for sixth grade? Do you have something that follows them after sixth grade?
Thank you, Madam Chair, for that question, and certainly agree with the sentiment regarding the kind of suggestion around what mission-specific goals should be. We're excited to be able to engage in that conversation with the commission and identify those for us as a school. With that, I would say we very much do have that plan for our students over kind of what that looks like for them in the next year and next few years. We've been in early conversations with other school leaders in the community about what this looks like. One of those being Chris Idy at Turquoise Trail Charter School, and hearing from him about the work that they're doing to follow students, right? Turquoise Trail is one of the oldest charter schools in the state of New Mexico, and now has kind of a longer standing history to be able to see what it is and how they're supporting their students beyond their time at Turquoise Trail. And so that's been really informative for us. And so I think while we have early plans for next year and the next few years, certainly something that we are interested in looking at over the kind of course of our organization and as our students continue to grow at Albuquerque Collegiate and beyond it. With that, as I said, we're excited to be able to engage on our mission specific goals and already have some ideas in place. While I don't think that this may necessarily be, a critical piece to that, we see other areas of higher importance that we would like to see the commission really measuring the effectiveness of the organization year over year.
So right now, I know, once again, I know you did not opt into mission goals when you first started, but I am interested, I know your mission is important to your school. So what is it that you are looking at specifically right now to indicate to you, your teachers, your families, your students, that you are seeing success in your mission, like that you are implementing your mission? What data are you looking at?
Thank you for that, Madam Chair. I think one of the areas that we're most excited about is regarding teacher coaching and support. And I think that is something, as we think about mission specific goals and when those came about kind of around the time of our initial application and charter approval, that was something that was still kind of, those were early conversations of mission specific goals. But I very much remember it being about, well, what makes your school unique? Right. And we very much feel that our teacher coaching and support really is a unique aspect of our organization, something that we do really well and that we're committed to doing as we grow. I don't want to see that. And I'm worried. I'm not worried, I guess, but I would be concerned as the school grows and serves more students and has the opportunity to coach and support more teachers, that something like that, a program like that, may not continue to be as robust. So I think that's something that we're really excited about because we see the direct impact and influence that it provides to the success of our scholars and the success of our teachers, right? I think they, again, these are teachers, Mr. Sapien being one of our more veteran teachers. We have many new to the profession, alternatively licensed teachers, students that are coming in as student teacher observers that want to work at and stay working at our organization. And so I think they know and hopefully are very much feel that they are the most valuable asset in that building every single day. And so I want to ensure that our team wants to ensure that we continue to prioritize that as an organization.
Okay, so I appreciate that. And I like it. I'm going to go one step further because that's kind of the how are you doing it? What's the outcome? Like what outcomes are you measuring to show that that's, once again, that your mission is success, like you're successfully, what's the outcome that you're measuring?
Thank you for that question, Madam Chair. I think certainly the results that our students produce. What I would also say is there's the kind of inputs, outputs, and outcomes, right? And so I think something that we're eager to dive more into about exactly how we would like to see that measured and are eager to get that feedback from you all as well. I can tell you we have, and I'm not sure if any of the commissioners, I think some of the incoming commissioners were able to attend our session on Thursday morning at the PCS&M conference about our teacher coaching and support, and brought up, just minute by minute, truly how many minutes teachers have, each individual teacher has received coaching and support or debrief meetings, observations this school year. That is well into the thousands at this point for their individual coaching and support. So we're really excited to be able to continue to maintain that. While I think will be a challenge, is something that we've heavily prioritized. So I would like to see truly like the minutes and their growth over time, how that's, factoring in with their evaluation scores over seeing all of those elements included in our mission specific goal.
All right. And I think I actually am like more and more a fan of mission specific goals the longer I'm on the commission, because I do think it does require like a element of thoughtfulness that's, a mission is what is driving the school, right? So really considering what the mission is, what it's doing and how you measure it is like, I'm looking forward to the spring and what that looks like for you. Cause I think there's many opportunities for what it could be. So, and the innovation and how the teacher work that you do is connected to all of it. I think that seems to be a very unique piece to a mission goal, and be interested to see how it could be incorporated into it. All right.
Okay.
All right, Commissioner Carrillo.
Arts and music. I'm just curious because we didn't talk about that at all. We haven't spoken about that at all. How does that integrate into what you're doing? I'm just curious.
Thank you for the question, Commissioner Carrillo. Our scholars receive enrichment instruction every day, and that varies between physical education and art instruction. With the limitations of the size of the building right now, unfortunately, we do not have a dedicated art or music room. Those are very much part of future facility plans, but our students do receive art and PE instruction every day.
Terrific. Well, because we know that the way music relates to math. No, and I know, of course, you know that. So thank you very much. And I also just want to tell you, I really appreciate your forthrightness in owning the math question around, you just said it's the adults and the curriculum and what we need to do. And I just really appreciate your owning that.
Commissioner Armijo.
Thank you. So I move that the Public Education Commission approve the renewal application for Albuquerque Collegiate Charter School for a 5-year term from 2023 to 2028 without condition.
Second. Awesome. There's a motion and a second. Any other discussion from commissioners? All right, seeing none, Secretary Armijo, if you could call roll.
Commissioner Carrillo.
Yes.
Commissioner Gibson.
Yes.
Commissioner Robbins.
Yes.
Commissioner Vice Chair Voigt.
Yes.
Secretary Armijo votes yes. Chair Burt.
Yes.
That passes 6-0.
Congratulations. And we will adjourn until 2 p.m. Recess, recess, recess. All right, good afternoon. It is 2 o'clock and I'll go ahead and call the meeting back to order. We are on item E, which is the charter school renewal for Cottonwood Classical Preparatory School. If I could ask those of you on the panel here to just introduce yourself, and then we will go to the Public Education Department evaluation.
Hello, Madam Chair, members of the commission. My name is John Bennard. I'm a Moriarty native and current executive director of Cottonwood Classical Preparatory School.
Hello, my name is Carissa Petrie, and I am the assistant director at Cottonwood Classical.
Hello, my name is Rathy Casey. I'm the governing council president. And with me here is Susan Labarge, who's also a governing council member.
Thank you. So that'll take us to item A, Public Education Department evaluation. Oh, all right, come on up.
My apologies, Madam Chair, members of the commission. Good to see you again. I'm Mike Behill and I'm the business manager for Cottonwood Classical.
Thank you. All right, Public Education Department evaluation, Director Chavez.
Thank you, Chair Burt. Welcome, everyone. Good to see you. Plenty of good people in the audience. And I know that you all are new to the current Public Education Commission. So I actually am going to ask the commissioners to introduce themselves first, and then we'll introduce my staff, and then I'll go into the recommendation. Starting on this end, please.
Patty Gibson, and I'm from the southern part of the state, District 7, mostly Doña Ana County.
Steve Carrillo, District 10, northern part, everything to the Colorado border. So Santa Fe, Rio Arriba, Colfax, Taos, except the Four Corners area.
Melissa Armijo, I am District 1, which is South Valley, all the way from Estado Pueblo to Paseo del Norte and west of the Rio Grande River.
Glenna Voigt, District 3, which is Greater Albuquerque, which encompasses Louisiana to the river, Gibson to Paseo del Norte. And this is my last month.
Commissioner Robbins, do you want to go ahead and go? And then Commissioner
Yes.
Manus.
David Robbins, East Albuquerque, basically east of Louisiana. Thank you.
KT Manus, District 9, which now covers Eddy County, Otero County, Lee County, and a small corner of Chavez County.
And I'm Becca Burr. I have District 4.
Thank you, commissioners. I also want to introduce my staff. You all know me. I visited the school, Karina Chavez, the director of the charter schools division. And so we'll go this way.
Bridget Russell, Deputy Director.
Martika Davis, Authorizing Administrator. Missy Brown, Technical Assistance and Training Administrator. Lucy Valenzuela, Technical Assistant and Coordinator.
And some of the members of the team aren't here or may be on video, but I'm going to go ahead.
We have one more over here.
Julia Barnes, I'm the attorney for the PEC.
Thank you. Let me go ahead and get started. So I first just want to express my gratitude to everyone who was involved and worked so hard on this process. The schools and their community, the volunteers who are on the board, the Public Education Commission, and staff in the Charter Schools Division who were part of the site visit, and those who contributed behind the scenes. This process is long and included many documents. If you want to find them, they're on the Public Education Commission's webpage. There's a link to all the renewal documents. Started out with Part A on August 19th, which didn't have academic data, so we updated it on September 2nd. We also sent a preliminary annual report September 12th. Part B was sent to us from the school on September 15th. We conducted a site visit to the school. November 1st, we published a preliminary analysis for the school, and we gave schools an opportunity to respond. Thank you for sending the response. On November 15th, and then December 1st was when we sent the final recommendation. Renewing schools is a complex process, and circumstances particular to the past 4 year make the renewal process even more challenging. As you all know, the policies and practices have evolved at the PED, and some of what is in the current performance framework is no longer applicable. But that's not the case with this school. That was less of an issue. With this school, the challenge was taking a school who's been authorized by Albuquerque Public Schools and taking into consideration their performance framework and indicators. We all align with state statute, but really looking at what another authorizer has been evaluating the school against, and looking at the school just in this for the site visit to make a recommendation. I usually take this time to put a plug towards our plans to revise the performance framework, and I have copies of the draft academic performance framework, and invite you all to be involved in the process, taking a look at what we have there and offering some feedback. Also, during this charter schools term was the global pandemic, and not that I want to blame everything on it, but it really did cause some blips in especially the information that we have available to us. Not to mention the challenges that the school may have experienced from working online and really working with kids during this really difficult time. So my gratitude for everybody at the school for sticking with it and supporting your school, your students and your families. I think that's really important. Also, and lastly, there's this balancing act that we have between holding charter schools to the same, if not more rigorous standards as the traditional public schools, and honoring their autonomy as unique entities. The Charter Schools Division was really diligent in reviewing all that it had before it. We collected data from Albuquerque Public Schools. We visited the schools. We read the contract, and we were essentially looking to see if the school implemented what was promised in the contract it had with APS. And if those terms were evident in terms of what was in the renewal application, what we saw during the site visit, and in the site visit reports for the past 4 years that we received from Albuquerque Public Schools. We acknowledge that there's always room to improve any process. And we recognize that there were some components of this renewal process that could be refined. First, the renewal documents that we sent to the school were not as comprehensive as we would have liked them to be. At the same time, we felt it was really important to give the schools information as quickly as possible. We're still waiting for the full set of academic data to be released. I saw the email that that the head administrator sent to someone at the PED, and again, we're still waiting. We also so we don't have growth data for this school, which is unfortunate, and we are hoping that next year we'll have growth data for everybody. We also asked for and carefully read the responses to the preliminary report. We corrected any ratings that warranted correction if evidence was present to justify a change. And some responses were not, but some were. Also, we acknowledged that the renewal application said that we would give a preliminary indication about renewal, non-renewal, or renewal with conditions with the preliminary, and we did not send that out. I consulted with the chair, and we felt like let's use as much data as we can have available before we make those recommendations. So we held off, but we hope that in Part B progress report, we provided some insight as to how the CSD understood the school's performance. So ultimately, the renewal process is a time for making serious decisions about the school, but it's also a time for reflection. And we heard that when we were at the school. We felt like staff and families and students even were forthright and open and reflecting to us about how the learning community was functioning and how the successes can be sustained and how the areas in need of improvement could be improved. So with that spirit in mind, the CSD has recommended renewal without conditions for Cottonwood Classical Preparatory School. And as part of our final analysis and recommendations, we did acknowledge that in response to 2A, the educational program, we acknowledged there was an issue of semantics regarding the type of special education services provided at that school. Cottonwood Classical Preparatory uses a combination of inclusion and small group models for special education support. And while the term pull out was used during one of our focus groups, the CSD would acknowledge that during our site visit, we did see other ways of supporting students. And we also looked at the school's record and saw that over time there's been increasing support for special ed students. And we encourage the school to continue along that path, meeting the needs of all the students that attend. Second, in response to 2E, equity and identity, we acknowledge that the school actually did submit the CLR readiness assessment. And as a result of verifying that information, I think we had some bad information, which is exactly why we ask you to respond to our preliminary. But we were able to verify that you had, in fact, the school had in fact submitted that. So in the final analysis, we made that indicator change to meets standards. And it wasn't just about submitting the required documents. There were many things that the school did also that reflected a true commitment to equity and identity, including using the scorecard to look at instructional materials and having training with Dr. Hawley, who is an expert in the area, working with staff. And for this school, the Equity Council not only involves the adults, but the students at the school. And so we wanted to acknowledge that. And we are happy to have the PEC contemplate Cottonwood Classical joining our cohort of our portfolio of schools. We know that the school is a really beautiful place. I was fortunate enough to go on the site visit, and I have to admit I got goosebumps when I visited the music room. So thank you.
All right, that'll take us to item B, which is the school comments, and floor is yours. You'll have no more than 30 minutes, please.
Thank you very much, Karina, and thank you to the commission. So to present our school, we decided to focus on just two elements today. So the first is a handout, old school one pager with two sides, because we wanted to really highlight what we do and the outcomes of what we do. So on one side, you have a sort of summary of overall performance with that top chart showing our middle school students in English language arts compared with the state averages. Now, because the data hasn't been disaggregated to the extent that we would like to see, I had to use a statewide comparison that's K-12, or really 3 through 8 and 11. But you can see our middle school students for math proficient and advanced compared with the state average, and then 8th and 11th grade science compared with the state average. And then that second chart is just the SAT. And it's a little hard to read, I apologize. So that first graph shows that 60% of our students met both the math and ERW benchmarks compared with the state average of 14%. 80% of our students met the benchmarks for ERW, and 62% met or exceeded the benchmark for math, with only 19% of students, relatively speaking only, but to us, that's still a big number, not meeting either benchmark. And on the backside, what I did is I printed off just the first couple of columns of a much larger spreadsheet that's included in the renewal folder. that shows our academic targets. So this is our baseline data. It's not really fair to compare apples and oranges. This was a new assessment that NMASA. And so this shows across subgroups how our students performed on the SAT and also the NMASA assessment. And you'll notice we added one of our own subgroups, which is students on intervention in the middle school grades, so that we can track for ourselves how our intervention programs are working. And we have a spreadsheet that aims to look at every subgroup over a 5-year period and track how we're doing with regard to our own goals for growth and progress. And the other thing that we wanted to do, because I think it's really important to hear as much as possible directly from the source, the people that are the lifeblood of an organization every day. We put together a video, and I want to thank Ashley Weaver, our communications officer, for getting this done. It's about 12 minutes long, and we hope that you enjoy it. Thank you.
At Cottonwood, we believe in educating the whole child for the whole world. We strive to develop skillful, knowledgeable, compassionate, balanced, and internationally minded lifelong learners who are inspired to improve themselves and shape a more peaceful world. We also believe in providing a free, inclusive, and rigorous education whereby the skills of inquiry, critical thinking, clear communication, independence, responsibility, and open-mindedness are fostered through the use of the International Baccalaureate curriculum and utilizing Paideia methodologies. We asked some of our students and staff what their favorite thing about Cottonwood was. Here is what they said.
Addie, what's your favorite part of Cottonwood?
My favorite part is that it provides students with an affordable but still high-class education.
Hey, Ava.
Yeah.
What's your favorite part about Cottonwood?
My favorite part about Cottonwood is all the clubs and experiences we get to have throughout the year.
Daniel, what's your favorite part of Cottonwood?
I love Cottonwood because of the Paideia ideology, specifically the open-ended seminars we can have. I also love the amount of college preparedness it gives me.
Dr. Riker, what's your favorite part of Cottonwood?
Pues mi parte favorita tendría que decir que es los estudiantes. Y pues también me encantan a mis colegas, porque yo he estado aquí ahora 12 años, que es mucho tiempo.
Hey, Asher, what's your favorite part of Cottonwood?
My favorite part of Cottonwood is the teachers. They're just so nice and helpful, and they put all their best effort into making us the best students we can be.
Hey, Sage, what's your favorite part of Cottonwood?
Well, my favorite part of Cottonwood is how it gives students a challenge, and I know that the teachers will be there to help me whenever I need it.
Hey, Lily, what's your favorite part of Cottonwood?
I really like that we have clubs during lunch because it means I don't have to use my after-school time to go do something I like.
Mr. Lukes, what's your favorite part about Cottonwood?
Scholarship. As a teacher of the upper grades, I love seeing all the work that all the teachers and the students have been putting together to lead to such knowledgeable and brilliant scholars.
Hey, Shane, what's your favorite part of Cottonwood?
Oh, well, my favorite part of Cottonwood is all the different tutoring options that Cottonwood offers.
Hey, Jocelyn, what's your favorite part of Cottonwood?
My favorite part of Cottonwood is the connection between teachers and students.
Hey, AJ, what's your favorite part of Cottonwood?
My favorite part of Cottonwood is the closeness between the students and the community that we have with each other.
Nurse Dennison, what's your favorite part about Cottonwood?
Well, by far it's the students, great students that have the ability to communicate effectively with me, but also collaborating with my colleagues, especially my wonderful health assistant and the counseling department. The collaboration that we have helps us to maintain the health and safety of our students and our community.
Hey, Madison, what's your favorite part about Cottonwood?
All the friends that I've made throughout the class.
Mr. Garrett, what's your favorite part about Cottonwood?
My favorite part about Cottonwood is the people, both the staff and students.
it helps me, look forward to coming to school every day just to see everyone. And, really kind of gets me through the day. If I'm having a bad day, it doesn't last very long because of the people here. And I just enjoy coming to school every single day because of that.
Hey Lucas, what's your favorite part about Cottonwood?
I would say the community because everyone is very close and the teachers are pretty cool.
Now that you've heard from some of our staff and students, let's dive deeper into a few of the things that they mentioned.
Mr. Williamson.
Oh, hello.
You're our gardening club sponsor. Why did you want to start a gardening club here at Cottonwood?
I love gardening. It's one of my passions, one of my hobbies. And I just thought it would be a good way for the kids to get a little dirty, learn something about, how the world really works. It's got a lot of educational value. Part of what I'm trying to teach them is that we're not just, putting a plant in the ground, letting it grow and then moving on. We're cultivating from beginning to end, whether we're using pollinators, whether we're trying to grow food for kids to take home, have fruit trees. The thing here is if these kids can grow their own fruits and vegetables, they'll never go hungry. So it's one of those, things it's close to my heart.
Yeah, tell me what you guys are doing.
Okay, so this is our patch of land and we're digging it out first and then we're planting all these different colors of bulbs and different types of flowers so that in the spring this will be just a whole bed of different colors of flowers and they're kind of going smaller and then they're going to get like bigger in the center. So that's what we're doing.
Excellent. Do you guys like being part of gardening club?
Yes. Great.
Why?
Back workout too.
Yeah, it's a great workout and also you get to plant pretty flowers. So, I mean,
and you end up like this.
Carly, why did you join gardening club?
I joined it because I thought it would be a great opportunity to build something wonderful that everyone can enjoy. And I've always liked gardening. It's always been a favorite hobby of mine. And I just really think that a garden could be a great environment for people to sit and relax and just enjoy all the beauty,
Excellent. Sam and Avery, you guys are co-captains for the varsity girls basketball team. How has athletics played a role in your life as a student at Cottonwood?
I think athletics has played a big role in my life as a student because it's really taught me how to find a balance between workload and then also athletics, and it's also helped me to become more determined and motivated to balance all that I have and accomplish what I want to.
Yeah, and building off of that, it's also given us like the opportunity to understand like priorities, especially like putting school first, keeping our grades up to be able to play and go to the games. And it gives us like a sense of community and allows us to like really be in like the Cottonwood community and feel part of it.
Excellent. What other clubs are you guys a part of, or what other activities do you do here at Cottonwood?
So me and Avery are part of the National Honor Society, and then I am president, founder, and part of like the Black Student Union also.
Yeah, and I've also done cross country this year, and I'm the founder of Bible study, and also on the Make-A-Wish team here at school.
Awesome. Daniel, what's this artwork installation?
This is some art that we made on Paideia Day, which was a basically grade level, sorry, not grade level, there were multiple grades all combined into one classroom, and we all had a very good discussion on a book called Ish.
What was Ish about?
It was about, really it was just a simple book, but it definitely had a deeper meaning to it. It was a book about how things don't always have to be perfect, how you should create what's perfect for you and basically, you know, value yourself over others.
How did you feel about being in mixed grade levels, not necessarily with a bunch of other junior students?
I thought it was great. It was a fantastic opportunity to see how not only seniors, because I'm a junior, I saw how seniors are, how the grades below me are doing, and it's just a great way to see different perspectives on how the school is doing.
And for anyone that doesn't know what Paideia is, what is Paideia?
Paideia is basically the ideology that Cottonwood follows. It's this idea that all students can have these open-ended seminars where we can bounce ideas off each other and actually discuss things freely without having the pressure of like teachers or anything like that, but being able to gain a deeper understanding of actually the knowledge.
So Daniel, how did the Paideia Day flow? Like what happened?
So basically the day started off, we went to our advisories and then we were all divided into different classrooms, and that's where we met the other grade levels. We read the book and then we had a seminar on the book, and then after that we had a little break, and then we created these art pieces which were from actually pages in the book. We tore them out, and I think every student that participated in the Paideia Day made an art piece that's all on this wall, and it's just a fantastic way to represent how nothing ever has to be perfect, and perfect is really what perfect means to you.
Thank you for taking the time to learn a little bit more about Cottonwood Classical Preparatory School. We hope this video was informative and gave the viewer a greater understanding of our Cottonwood community. Go Coyotes!
Okay, that's it for our school presentation. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So that will take us to item C, which is any public comment. And I'll give Missy a moment to
figure out how the microphone works. First, we have the person I just promoted, Sarah Fitzgerald.
Hi again, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Sarah Fitzgerald, Fitzgerald, speaking on behalf of the Board of Directors of the Greater Albuquerque Chamber of Commerce. We are in strong support of Cottonwood Classical's renewal. Cottonwood Classical may be a fresh face here at the PEC, but they're not new. For nearly 15 years, they've established themselves as one of the best high schools in the country, and for good reason. Their reading and science proficiencies put them in the top 10% of our state schools, and many of the students' participation in the International Baccalaureate program mean they can and do successfully compete with their peers worldwide. Meanwhile, the school's use of the Paideia program teaches their students critical thinking and communication skills that help them become engaged citizens and leaders right here at home in our community. The fact that they're here before you today says a lot about the PEC's strong new direction that puts kids first. We urge the PEC to renew Cottonwood Classical's charter and to welcome them into our state's portfolio of strong charter schools. Thank you.
Next on the list is Eva or Ava. I'm going to promote you to the panel, and I would like you to spell your first and last name, please, for the court reporter.
Hi, my name is Eva Haag, EVAHAAG. And I just wanted to come before this committee and say one of my favorite things about Cottonwood is the small classes. You know, usually at public schools, you see that classes range from 25 kids to 30 kids, you know, packed in a small room. And at Cottonwood, we have classrooms that, you know, at most reach like 20 kids. I really don't have that many kids in my classroom, which makes it really easy to connect with my teachers and connect with my peers. Which I think is great, and it's very supportive to the learning that we do at Cottonwood, since it is very rigorous and it's, you know, IB focused. And kind of leading into that, the teachers are very, very supportive of our education. For instance, my math teacher, he grades our assignments, and for every assignment he puts, you know, what we did right, what could use improvement, as well as ways to reach out, you know, come after class, come talk to me during class, email at any time. It's a very, very supportive environment, which is especially important, again, for IB learning, since it is much more rigorous than, you know, your average high school. And being an IB student, there is definitely some stress that comes with the curriculum. So dealing with that really works out when you reach out to your teachers. And of course, with these small classes, with these little ways that the teachers, you know, promote reaching out, it makes it a lot easier to deal with stress and to deal with, you know, how hard the education is. And overall, Cottonwood's a great school that's really helped me develop as a person to communicate and to reach out when I need help. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll promote you back to attendee. We'll stick with our kids who are here on Zoom, and I have been given instructions that it's Matthew Alexander. I'm going to promote you. And again, please spell your name for the court reporter.
Hello, my name is Adarsh Matthew Alexander, and I'm a junior at Cottonwood Classical Preparatory School. I joined CCPS in 7th grade when my family moved to Albuquerque from India in 2018, and ever since I've had a wonderful academic life at the school. In all honesty, I don't think my life would be where it is today if my parents had decided to take me to another school, or if my student didn't get into the school via the lottery program. Although the pandemic was difficult for everyone, I believe my experience in online schooling had been much easier and less stressful than many of my peers who go to other schools. As difficult as the IB program may seem, the International Baccalaureate program, and how difficult it often is, I'm happy that I am acquiring my high school education from the school, as it will pay off for me as I go off to college in the next 2 years. And I can already tell you that amongst my peers who go to other schools, I can definitely tell that my academics is quite a step higher than a lot of students who are in the same grade band as me. I appreciate all of my teachers and the staff that are responsible for all the opportunities that the school has made available to me, which now includes this meeting. So I would like to thank all the staff at CCPS for all the work they have done and will do in the future.
Thank you. Next, we have Miley Lanoy.
Hello, I'm a 9th grade student at Cottonwood Classical, and my name is MYLIE LANOY. So I am Miley Lanoy, like I said, I'm the 9th grade student rep, and I'm a team member on Make-A-Wish. I also joined in 7th grade, but that was the pandemic year. So this was in 2020. And one of my favorite parts of the school is actually the supportive staff. They were always there for me through the challenging times that 2020 presented, and they were really flexible and supportive of me in my personal learning journey. In 8th grade, the year after, I was able to get involved in more clubs, so I joined Speech and Debate, Newspaper Club, and Safe Zones. And all 3 of those kind of put me into leadership positions, and I really appreciated that. So I learned that this year was the kind of clubs I wanted to join. And through this process of hopping through all these different clubs, I've discovered that like what my interests are, what things I like, what things I don't like. And that is one of the wonders of Cottonwood, is like developing interests and passions. Like I discovered I really love playing guitar through Cottonwood. And on that, I've learned that Cottonwood really does develop the whole child for the whole world, and even like the whole person for the whole world. I feel like I've developed a lot through this school. I've discovered my own like identity and values. And I feel like part of that is not only the clubs and the supportive staff, but the really rigorous education system. It's a lot of pressure, but you learn to evolve under it. And I guess Cottonwood really makes diamonds out of coal. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Mr. Clifford Garrett.
Hello, everyone. Prepared a statement here. My name is Cliff Garrett. This is my 12th year at Cottonwood Classical Preparatory School as both a general education math teacher and special education teacher. I'm proud to be an educator at our school, and I wanted to be here today to advocate for my school to be renewed as a New Mexico State charter school. Our school has come a long way in my time here with respect to growth and size and challenges regarding student learning. Our school has become more diverse with respect to our student population, as well as the learning needs from our students. As our school has grown, our teaching staff has also grown by taking professional development courses to help address student learning loss, as well as student social and emotional needs. Cottonwood administration has recognized that our teachers need the necessary training to help students who struggle as a result of learning challenges that were brought on by the recent pandemic. Our staff has participated in cultural and linguistic responsiveness training facilitated by Dr. Shiraki Holly, as well as Advantages to Teaching and Learning, or ATL, training classes. It is these opportunities that have helped us to get better through lesson plan preparation and assessment development to create more student group activities and movement opportunities in the classroom to help all of our students to succeed in our International Baccalaureate, or IB, program. It is through these programs, along with professional development classes facilitated by CES and our special education department, that our teachers and staff have become more flexible by offering students multiple modality opportunities in which to show their knowledge and skills in their classes. These professional programs have helped our teachers provide students with more opportunities to celebrate their cultural backgrounds in conjunction with what they are learning in their classes at Cottonwood. Our school has a knowledgeable and caring special education and ancillary staff that have helped our students to meet their educational progress and goals outlined in their IEP and 504 plans consistently. We have seen such positive results in our students as many who struggle and or come from diverse backgrounds complete our IB program. I'm reminded of students who struggled with our rigorous curriculum and graduated with IB diplomas. Our one student from recent years in particular, who has a severe physical disability, felt confident in their skills and took and received credit for 2 IB exams and graduated with distinction. I had the incredible honor of being in the graduation ceremony with this student, also realizing in that moment that what we are doing to educate kids at Cottonwood is working, and that we are in fact succeeding in educating the whole child for the whole world, which is our mission. While we have more to learn in our continuing endeavor to find the best ways to serve all of our students, I have every confidence that Cottonwood Classical Preparatory School is actively pursuing the most innovative and data-driven ways to help all of our students succeed and to embrace lifelong learning, cultural diversity, and accelerated learning to improve and enrich students' educational experience. Thank you very much.
Okay, all right, that moves us to D, which is commission or PEC questions, Commissioner Voigt, then Commissioner Gibson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Cottonwood Classical, for being here and for applying to the PEC. I remember you used to be a state authorized school, and then you went to APS and now you're back. So it's great to see you here again. I love that whole child for the whole world theme. I've always felt like the best education is travel. And hopefully your kids have an opportunity to experience some international culture somehow, either through school-sponsored trips or inviting outside instructors or having those different types of experiences. I don't know if do you have that?
Yeah, I'm happy to speak to that, Commissioner Voigt, and thank you for your years of service to the commission and to the state of New Mexico. We really appreciate you. I'll start with the most recent evolution of what we're doing. So we are right now, so you saw Mr. Lukes in that video. So he's one of 2 staff members that is actively planning a student exchange with Panama. We're working with the Metropolitan School in Panama City to have about 10 to 12 of their students in Albuquerque in February. We're going to take them skiing at Sipapoo. We're going to take them to a Lobo game. And then we're going to do just a lot of cultural exchange work with them. And then in March, we'll have between 10 and 12 students to go to Panama City, largely over spring break. And this is the first one we've organized on our own. We've been trying to work through all of the hurdles of insurance and how to make the most of our foundation, which is a 501c3, right, to be able to support this endeavor. That's the most recent. At the early years of the school, we started with having our Spanish teachers be from Spain. And that was, I thought, really interesting as an early career teacher to see that value in place. The visa process became much more challenging over the last 15 years. So that's not something we do as often, but the Panama trip is very exciting. That's a recent example. And we are working to provide scholarships as well for students who can't afford it.
That's awesome. Have you heard of the organization, the nonprofit called Global One-to-One? Yay. Sarah Wilkinson, personal friend, and they recently had students from Mexico, pre-pandemic, from Mexico come to Albuquerque, and they went to the Jemez Mountains, they camped, and they studied soil and issues around water. So there's always those types of exchanges. Sarah would be ecstatic to hear from you. Global One-to-One, Sarah Wilkinson is the director. So your academics are just out of the park. That's wonderful to see the data on your reading, your math, and your science scores. I'm curious as to the International Baccalaureate curriculum. Does every student automatically receive that, or is it do they kind of opt in for that?
So we've been recognized by IB as being an IB for all school. In fact, the IB coordinator, I just met with someone at IB Americas last week about how to help other schools do it. There's no extra hurdle. Once a student is our student, they are an IB student, and they do not have to opt into the program. What they can choose to do when they reach 11th grade is they can select to be a full diploma student and do the entire program. And that is what would allow them to study anywhere in the world if they would like to go to college overseas. Or they can opt to do a set of exams, IB exams, which I'm going to say is comparable to AP, but it's much more complicated than that, and just do part of the program. But we have every student. I think this is very important, and you can see it in the talk about clubs, even with younger students. All of our students do the IB core, which includes something called CAS, Creativity Activity Service. They're required to do, and we don't count hours, we do experiences. So they do creative experiences, physically active experiences and service experiences. And that's something that we believe is really important for every student that comes through our program.
That's awesome. Thank you. Do the teachers require a special license in order to teach IB, or just a certification?
So our teachers are required to attend training every time there's a curriculum update with IB, which is roughly every 7 years. They have to be trained within the first year of teaching a new subject, or receive renewal training in the school year in which a new curriculum or assessment is in place.
Okay, thanks. And it's really great that students have that opportunity for experiential type of learning. Does that include, I would think within the IB curriculum that there would be kind of civic-minded projects? Could you speak to that, or do you have some in mind?
Yes. So in 10th grade, I'm going to start in 10th grade, which is before the IB diploma program. We have what I think is the best civics curriculum in the state, and I wish every school would do it. It's called We the People. It's something I participated in high school, and I believe really very strongly in its ability to help students learn about not just the Constitution and the founding of the country, but civic engagement. So in most pre-pandemic years, our 10th graders would actually be a part of the legislative process in session. We're trying to get back to that this year as sort of a stepping stone into 11th and 12th grade, where there's extensive civic engagement by our 11th and 12th graders. So we have I'll give you 2 examples, just because I could go on and on. We have some students who are volunteering and helping to coordinate tutoring services at IRVA, which is specialized tutoring for refugee families and those who are awaiting their day in court. What is the word I'm looking for? Help me out here. Asylum.
Oh, yeah. Yes.
Yeah. So families who are awaiting asylum decisions. And then we also have, just as one other example, we have students who help out with it's in Corrales, and it's a center where they support families and economically disadvantaged people. ARPA. No, not IRVA. So our students have gone and helped them build up their facilities. And we have our CAS coordinator, Mr. Lukes, who you saw in the video, who helps to arrange transportation for them and gets them involved. And we are the proud home of the 2021 Albuquerque City Youth Volunteer of the Year. It was one of our students who just did a lot of this work because it was really fulfilling for her.
Well, that was kind of a setup question, because I knew you had We the People, and I wanted that to be shared. And so thank you for that. And I knew you had a strong civics program. I did not realize that the students were physically getting that far off campus to do that type of work and have those experiences. So that's really great. Do you have any school vehicles?
I'm working on it.
Okay, good for you. Yeah, you should. There's a great dealer in Berlin. Chevrolet. So the Paideia curriculum, I think, is phenomenal because it really does address quality over quantity of education. And so much of education is time driven and having to cover that piece or that standard. But when you look at the quality of education, it can be so much broader and so much deeper when you give it the attention that it's due. And I think the Paideia method really does that. I'm glad that you're using that. I don't know if everyone read in their literature that that CCCS outperformed the world in literature. In their literature. And I mean, that's huge. I mean, that should have been a press release or something. There should have been something about that within our state that every educator could have read about. I don't know, was there any kind of media coverage about that?
Sometimes it's hard for good news to make the news, but we do have a wonderful communications officer here in the background who will send out press releases every time something like that happens, and shares out on social media, which is where we tend to get the most attention on the positive stories. But thank you for that acknowledgement. It really is incredible, the work of our students and our teachers.
It's huge. I think something that has really helped feed that success is the fact that you focus also on your social emotional learning, especially post-pandemic for your students. Is there anything that you've done to help support your staff?
In short, yes. I think the most fair thing that I can do right now is defer to my colleague and assistant director, Carissa Petrie, who over the last few years, we've intentionally reorganized to make sure we have senior administration focused on support of students, families, and our staff. So I'll let her speak to some of the things that we've been working on.
All right. So we've actually really bulked up our support of our staff. They did a heroic thing during the pandemic time. They worked from home. They did acrobatics for our students, but it wears teachers down. And one of the places that we really felt like we needed to add in support was for our new teachers, those teachers in years 1 to 3. So we implemented a more rigorous mentoring program. So our teachers, before they move up to the level 2 license, have a mentor that they work with. And the purpose of that program is really, and I say this, in a very practical way, we want them to stay in the profession. They need to move up to level 2. And so we work with them to get that dossier completed. I know we're moving to a new system in this next year, but we've had many teachers that have stayed in the profession despite going through this pandemic because of that extra support. In a fun way, we've added a sunshine committee. I know lots of schools have sunshine committees. Our nurse heads that up. I'm a member of that. Our counselors, several teachers. For example, on Monday, we had a hot chocolate bar in the teacher lounge. And it was fun. We had bagels today. We do fun things like we dance before a staff meeting and, just get out some energy. We do a weekly coyote kudos, and the social worker and I work together to have an announcement that praises specific teachers. So we get through the whole staff. It takes us all year long. We do 3 to 5 teachers every week, and there's a public kudos to them. The announcements go out in email form, and then we print up the kudos and we post it on their door so everyone can see it. This year, we're focusing on IB traits and how those teachers embody the IB traits. There's, just little things we really try to implement so that people want to come back to work. And I will say, Cottonwood keeps staff. We even keep our ancillary staff that comes to us through CES. They come back year after year. So while other schools had trouble retaining their staff, we did not, because we did those little things on, a daily and weekly basis. We provided that kind of support.
Thank you very much. I mean, yeah, that's really crucial, having that type of culture that's acknowledging, appreciating, recognize, all of those things. That's really great that you take the time to do that. So with your special education, I know special education numbers are increasing in awesome schools because that's where smart parents want their kids to go, right? That need extra support. How are you in your special education licensed staff? How many teachers do you have that are special ed licensed? And I know you run full inclusion, so oftentimes you might have to have, a special education licensed teacher with an EA or 2 teachers team teaching in a bigger full inclusion class. So how does that look?
So I'll start and then I'll kick it back over to Carissa. We have, if my recollection serves, correctly, 4 special ed certified staff members, 2 of whom are more predominantly focused on special ed, and 2 of whom are doing more general population effort, but have that endorsement and are called upon to engage in support. And then we have, I think, 3 gifted endorsed staff members. In total, we have 98 gifted students and 39 students with disabilities that our teachers are working to support. And the model has been evolving. I know Cliff spoke to this a little bit in sort of what he's been seeing. And we try to be responsive to the data and responsive to the anecdotes in front of us and making sure we're supporting all students. So what we've done has grown quite a bit over the years.
And I know, gifted education, that's wonderful. And I know people think, a lot of folks think that gifted, oh, well, they're just those really smart kids. But they're oftentimes gifted kids have OHIs. And I would say probably 9 times out of 10, there are those other health impairments that come along with exceptionalities.
So I'm glad that you bring that up, because we have included a full-time social worker in that special ed cohort of support. And we do end up having many gifted kids that need that kind of additional support. We have a mental health counselor, and these are both full-time people that work with our population. We have a diagnostician that has worked with us for many years, very responsive. We don't gatekeep diagnostics, so we're very responsive when parents feel like there's an issue. We look at data, we work with our diagnostician, we reevaluate kids because kids' needs change. If they've been evaluated in 3rd grade, when they're in 9th grade, they may need very different things. And then we find with our program that because we have strong teachers, strong curriculum, strong families, we do have kids that exit special education because they no longer need it. Their data is good, their grades are good, and they can go to a very low level of extra support.
That's wonderful. I mean, and that would be, an optimum goal, so it's great that you have that ancillary and support staff that you need and then some, but also that you have an ed diag in-house. That's huge. So there's a school, I know several schools that have 4 and 5 social workers on staff and admin, just because they need that capacity with the populations that they're serving. So it's good that you're proactive, in that. Did you want to say something? Okay. So the basketball team looks like they're kicking it. They're just really, what other sports do you have besides, I know you have boys and girls basketball, you have a beautiful gymnasium. Do you play soccer?
Almost. We're not quite there. So we are we're a AAA school, athletics. We are in a district with Sandia Prep, Bosque School, East Mountain High School, St. Mike's. So there's the sampling of schools we play. Very tough soccer district. We have opted thus far, since we don't have a field at this point, to have our students play at their neighborhood schools. So we have had so this year we have a senior who was varsity of the Cibola soccer team. Last year we had 2 students on the state champion Cibola soccer girls team. We have students that play baseball and football at other schools, but at our school we have boys and girls basketball, and our full-size high school gym is almost completed. If you drive down Jefferson, you'll see it, very shiny right now. And then we have track and field, swimming, and cross country, where we've been state champions multiple times, and students perform very well in those sports with us. And then we have golf, which Mr. Garrett is one of our golf coaches. And at the middle school level, we've done co-ed soccer, but part of our facilities master plan is to install a multipurpose field. And at that point, we're looking at starting a soccer program.
You need a lot of students to have a soccer team, but you have such a wide variety of offerings. That's really great. That's super. And that's awesome that you have golf. One of the things that you spoke about that I think is really truly innovative that not many schools do is mixed grade instruction. And that's wonderful that you do that. Because when you're teaching for mastery and students are learning in a mastery setting, they're not always going to be at a level of their same age peer. You know, there might be a fifth grader that can be at a seventh grade level. And so if kids are learning in that method, you know, with mixed ages, mixed grades, that's truly a mastery framework. And so I commend you for thinking out of the box and letting your students excel at their own pace. So that's all I have. Thank you very much. It's always a pleasure to hear from you.
Commissioner Gibson.
Thanks. So welcome back. I appreciate all this, and thanks, Commissioner Voigt, because much of what I wanted to ask was answered in terms of counselors and social workers, and really appreciate that dialogue about caring for family, staff. You know, everyone's been affected differently, but it becomes a universal problem in the classroom. So really do appreciate that. I remember when I was first on the commission, we had a school that changed out of IB because it just got to be too expensive for them to be able to truly commit to it and be able to be financially viable. So could you talk to me a little bit about the potential stress on a budget with that?
I'd be delighted to. This is my top layer of advocacy with legislators this year. So the annual fee, the sort of fee to participate, is $11,650. That's just to have a program at the diploma level. And then every exam is $119. And the way that we've made that work is by putting the cost of exams on our families. So this year, and our foundation has offered some scholarships to support families who need it and make the application. But this year, as a way to just sort of take a risk and show that we mean business and we believe in this program, we're paying for one exam for every senior, which is over $7,000 on top of our annual fee. And we have been working with the other 3 publicly funded schools that have the diploma program: Sandia High School, which is part of APS, Navajo Prep up in the Farmington area, and Mandela Magnet School in Santa Fe. We've been working with them to collect the data on how these things are paid for. We've created an infographic that we're now sharing with legislators to work to get funding. About $100,000 right now would cover the cost statewide. And compared to the $2 million plus that we as a state spend on AP exams, it seems like a bargain. So that's what we're working on now, because we don't want families to have to go through any hoops or hurdles when it comes to the financial burden.
Right, so that funding is for the participation in the program, or is that the funding you're asking for the tests?
We would take just the funding for exams. If there's enough funding to also pay the annual fee, that would be wonderful, because that would be a budgetary offset that would
Right.
benefit us in benefiting the students. But just the exam fees would be enough, because then we're not asking our families to pay anything at that point.
Because we actually have. Did they get certified? Taos, we have a IB school. They actually, everyone looks at often, I hate to say everyone, I hate to generalize everyone, but many look at IB as something that's so exclusionary and so difficult that, it's only for that small percentage. And we had a school in Taos that we were close to closing that actually used it as a redesign to better, the experience for students and a population of students that certainly falls into that underserved. So they kind of went against the stream on everything in terms of what you envision IB for. And I think we questioned at first because it's a challenging program to start. So you're a struggling school and now you're going to embrace this. But I think but they don't have a high school program.
Okay,
They're
so
an elementary and a middle school. So maybe that's
Yeah,
you know?
the primary years and middle years programs have the annual fees that are a little bit lower.
Yeah.
And they don't require exam fees.
Yeah, okay. Was unable, so I apologize for this question because unable to open up the Part E in their application. I just can't, I've never been able to open it. Do you own the building?
We have a lease purchase agreement with our foundation, yes.
Okay, that, because I couldn't access that information. I certainly love that you're participating in We the People. It's a program that, you know, I embraced and participated in, and it's not easy, you know, and it's a tough mindset. I've tried to get other schools so maybe that's something we can work on to get more schools to truly embrace it, because it really empowers each and every student in that classroom. So kind of on that note, I know you mentioned in the application, there's 1 or 2 times during the year that the students go before, you know, a panel or a group of staff, whatever. Do you have many opportunities for presentations of learning? Because I know my understanding is that's very much a part of IB. So could you talk just a little bit about that?
Yes, and I promise just a little bit. So we have, I would say that, and I will invite all of you to visit once we solidify the date, but we have something called the IB Colloquium, which is a presentation of learning where students present on their extended essay research, which I'll come back to, or they can select to present on an internal assessment body of research they've done in a specific subject area. That's the sort of ultimate presentation of learning, and we require juniors to attend. And this year we're looking at actually having younger students pretend in some compulsory fashion that's reasonable. And so the extended essay is a 4,000 word independent research paper. And it's, some people say college level, I would say it's more akin to what you would see senior year in undergraduate or even graduate work. The librarian showed me data from 2022 today, 60,000 search queries on EBSCOhost alone in 2022, and over 8,000 resources accessed. Our students are learning discernment and research skill and the ability to ascertain what is valid and reliable information, and then forming that into a package that can be presented to others. We do lots of presentations of learning in our hallways with younger students, and We the People, speech and debate. These are 2 examples of presentations of learning that are more targeted, specific, engaged aspects of what they're doing. What our next step, I think, is to work more with 8th grade. It's a good reflection year as they, even though they're taking multiple high school credits in 8th grade at Cottonwood, it's a great year for them to sort of pivot into high school, reflect on what they've learned, what kind of learner they are, and to think about ways to capture and share that information.
Thanks. So that, speaking of that pivot into high school, and I know it's a challenge with virtually every charter that we have, that 8th to 9th grade just gets to be hard. And I don't, I guess I kind of asked because we're grasping for how do we help fix this? And I don't know if there is a good answer, because you have a lot of offerings for high school that a lot of other charters don't, in terms of a variety of other activities that kind of pull students often out of a charter into a bigger high school. So I always just solicit what else, can folks do?
Boy, so as I said earlier, we like to look at data. So we've been tracking, and we ask families when they withdraw, although it's not, we can't require it. We ask for a reason, and we try to do exit interviews, especially with older students, to best understand: are you leaving for culture reasons? Are you leaving for involuntary reasons? Are you leaving because you see a better outcome for yourself at a different school? They're myriad, right? But we have found in general that our retention rate from 8 to 9 is actually stronger than 10 to 11, okay, where students are hitting the diploma program and realizing that if they go to a neighborhood high school, they'll graduate a year early if they want to. Part of being an IB diploma school is that we have to get a lot of the New Mexico graduation requirements out of the way before 11th grade. So our students look up and realize, wow, I've already met the bar for New Mexico. I can go graduate early. And if they, unless they're very dedicated and committed to the IB diploma program, it can be hard to keep a student who's motivated to go elsewhere to stay.
Yeah, so you don't have a lot of dual credit then?
No, we do not. It only on a case-by-case approved basis, and we do not allow our students to do dual credit for something that we offer at the IB level. And we encourage them, if they are going to do it, to treat it as an elective and understand that it will feel a lot different than what they're experiencing at our school.
Thanks. And, you know, you mentioned it in the application, and we look at it and there is no good answer for how do we get potentially a more diverse population. And I don't have a, you know, where I mentioned to another school earlier, you know, we went to a national conference and they're talking about schools have to be more diverse. And, you know, some states are looking at putting in quota requirements, you know, and it's like, no. And I don't, it's one of those topics again that I just solicit, you know, input to see what, you know, what if anything can be done. Because it's not a mandate, but you do look at some schools and say, how come, you know, people aren't going to the school, or, you know, so it's that vexing question.
Yes, vexing indeed. And if you look at the subgroup side of the handout, you can see that from an ethnic diversity standpoint, we're pretty well aligned with the city broadly of Albuquerque. Where we tend to struggle is with students with disabilities, where we're at about 5%, the state's between 12 and 20, depending on who you ask. And I'd love to get more accurate data there. And with economically disadvantaged students, I would say that this is the one that really pulls on us, because when you think about barriers and charter schools, one of the ultimate barriers that we're supposed to be knocking down is cost, right? And at the same time, there's this parallel struggle as a charter to get adequate funding. Part of that is just the way that the funding formula works in the state, and part of that is the way facilities funding works. But I would say that generally speaking, I know there's an initiative out there right now for free lunch for everyone in New Mexico. That would go a long way, because that would erase, and we saw that last school year, the 21-22 school year, we had free lunch for everybody, no questions asked. Talk about destigmatization for kids who are engaging in free lunch access and supporting a school with limited facilities. So I think something like free lunch for everybody is huge. I think more funding for at risk and after school programming. I know we put a lot of money into that at the state level. More is welcome. That's how we've done a lot of the things that we've done over the last few years. And from there, it's branding and understanding. So making sure that families understand that charter schools are free and open, and there's a fair lottery process, and understanding that it is for everybody, right? And I think part of that too, as a charter school, when you have autonomy, is when things work, you share them out. You say, hey, we've been doing this, we know it works. Come and learn about it with us. So that's another layer of things that we're working on.
So on that, I saw that you don't get any grant monies. That line is blank. Is that because it flows into the district and not directly to the school at this point in time? Is that why that piece of the financial statement is blank?
And I can speak to that. I'm not sure what is meant exactly by grant monies in particular, but any federal flow through does flow through the district. Yeah, so they're identified as the LEA, and we have to apply through the local school district and then request reimbursement as money is expended per that application. But I'm not 100% sure what grant money you're speaking to, because there are some other grants that are state initiatives that the school gets directly.
And I think that, is that E on here? No, E is the. We're navigating so many different pieces here. I'm trying to find it quick. Sorry.
And while Commissioner Gibson is looking, I will say grants, we apply for everyone that we're eligible for. And I want to thank Bridget over there for all of her help with grants. So it has been difficult at times being district authorized. It removes us from the stream of eligibility for some grants, which can be frustrating. But for example, I believe we are the only school in APS, or maybe one of two, including all schools and charters, to receive the near peer tutoring grant, which allows us to pay our high school students to tutor middle school students. And that's one small example of grants we've gone for.
Yeah, see on this, it's the 2,700 to 59.99, all other function codes. PED grant initiatives, pre-K state grants, next gen, CTE, and it says zero. It's zeroed out.
And the only grant I can think
Extended
of.
learning, K-5.
Extended learning and K-5 do not, they're actually flowing through SEG. So that's not a grant particular, but the only 27,000 funds that we did have access to were the former instructional materials, the General Appropriations Act of, I think it was 2018, when the whole Yazzie Martinez kind of came forth. But beyond that, I mean, we do get access to like CTE, but unfortunately, it's not applicable to the school's current programmatic needs. So essentially that money is allocated, but then we end up reverting it. So at this point, there's not really a whole lot of below the line state initiative type funding that the school has access to. But like Mr. Bennett has been saying, every single year we do seek out every piece of funding because everything's expensive and it gets more expensive. And I will say, just one thing why I have my step stool to stand on here is that I meet monthly with Mr. Bennett and the office manager to go over budget. Not only budget in our current standing, but projecting out 2, 3, 4, 5 years, because there is a lot of phases involved, and the school is probably the most attentive when it comes to audit and finance that I'm personally involved in.
Thanks, I appreciate that. And just as a housekeeping, I think there's a typo error on their, I think it's their 7th grade enrollment. It says you have 1,210, something like that. So I think there's, it's like, wow, that was a good year. And then it's like, oh, they all left. So thank you for all your answers. I appreciate it.
Commissioner Correa.
Thanks. Thanks for coming to be a part of the state charter family. I find it appalling. We had a school in Taos that did the same thing. They left Taos public schools, and for a school their size, the amount of money that the districts was taking from them, and it's like just didn't make any sense at all. But and I know that you also received, when Desert closed in Santa Fe, we had a bunch of kids came down here because they wanted to continue with IB. And even though we're starting Mandela, we didn't have those grade levels yet. Do you still have, are there still kids left from Desert when they came down?
Yes. And in fact, we still have a student who lives in Santa Fe and plays for Santa Fe High Soccer. And
which one?
But attends our school.
Santa Fe High Soccer is so great.
Yeah.
I mean, we won state last. I mean, I'm just really not. That's why I'm wearing this, it's game day. So I'm going to go to Rio Rancho later for the varsity basketball games. No, and I was very happy to hear that the extent to which athletics plays into everything at your school. Commissioner Gibson covered some of what I was concerned about relative to costs, like of exams and things like that. And I know that even though I'm not on the board of education anymore in Santa Fe, there are people that have still called me now and then and say, why do we have to do all this? Why do we have all this extra expense in addition to, what my kid's going through, just being a part of this program? So I'm glad that you're finding ways to offset that. Happy to hear about We the People at your school. What percentage of your students, 11th, 12th graders, end up being diploma students?
So it varies by year. Usually between a third and a half of our students are full diploma. And so this year, for example, the average number of exams that a senior is signed up for is about 4, just under 4. And I think we have 29 out of our 67 seniors who are signed up to be full diploma.
Wow. I have a dear friend, and she's lamenting over all these state requirements she has to do in addition to. And it's like, she says, Steve, it's just so unfair. And yeah, it is really unfair. On the diploma side, do you find that, I don't know if this happened down here. I know it happened with us when we opened Mandela. We found that we had way too many kids that were coming to Mandela because they wanted a small school option, not necessarily the rigorous school option. So we had a lot of changeover for a while when, as a district, we decided to really let people know this is what you're signing up for. Do you have that challenge in the earlier years? And
I would say so. I think, in a typical year, we've had about 130 spots for 6th grade. And after siblings and now staff preference are accounted for, we might have about 80 spots and between 300 and 400 applications, generally speaking. And so, I'm
sorry, 300 to 400 applications
for 6th grade.
Wow.
And so when you try to work through what that means and why families are signing up in large number to be at the school, there are some that are doing research. They're looking on the internet, best school in the state, best school in Albuquerque, whatever it is. We come up on US News or Niche and things like that, and they understand what they're getting into. And then there are families who think, okay, this is smaller, this is safer, there's going to be a good focus here, maybe or maybe not will we stay at that school for high school. But for middle school, it's going to be good preparation, small and safe. We would certainly prefer, because it's our mission, it's our focus, that families commit 6 through 12 to get the totality of our program. So that, when they learn how to annotate in 6th and 7th grade, that they're using that in the ways that it's designed for at our school as part of that program.
Terrific. Everything's transportation. Is that it? How do you handle, because transportation can often be one of the biggest roadblocks for kids, like in Santa Fe Public Schools trying to interzone. I mean, it's something that can keep people from really going to the school of their choice. Mm-hmm. How is transportation? Do you have hubs? How does that work?
So right now we have 7 buses every day for to and from transportation. We have an agreement with Albuquerque Public Schools Transportation Office, where our transportation funding goes to them, and the contract stipulates that they provide the buses that we need. So we have buses that go to Rio Rancho, buses that go down to the rail runner station near the Sunport, Cons at Atrisco and Central. So they really spread throughout the city. We also, starting last year, have after school care until 5:30. 4 days a week, because that's not every family can get to that bus stop, and they don't necessarily want their 11 or 12-year-old walking home from that bus location. So it's far better. I remember the first year of the school, we had no buses, and parents were blocking Montano to drop their children off, and it was really a dangerous situation too. So buses are safer. We'd prefer to have as many as possible. And that's something that Mike and I have talked about with the transition from being an APS authorized charter to state charter, and the way transportation funding follows a year, it's a little complicated to sort through. And that's something that we still have in front of us to work out. But
so you'll still be able to work out, you'll be able to continue that transportation, just kind of maybe moving money around differently.
Yes, and I can speak to that a little bit beyond that. So transportation funding is based on prior year ridership numbers. So that's been difficult. So we have, as the VHO group contractors, we've represented schools where they've transitioned and completely lost that funding. Fortunately, my mom actually works in APS transportation, and she's guaranteed me, and I'm taking her word for it, that she's actually been able to track Cottonwood's actual ridership for the past 3 or 4 years specifically. So it's kind of a misnomer that funding is just eliminated. The fact is that you need to prove to the PED that you actually can track those numbers. So the hope is that we'll be able to continue on with transportation, just with a different funding mechanism where we'll get the money direct and probably just funnel it right back off to APS like we're doing right now.
Terrific. Well, thanks for that commitment to access and using transportation that way. No, it just sounds like I want to come down sometime. I've heard about the campus and how beautiful it is. And, I don't come down La Bajada that often, but no, it's a great reason, maybe come visit your school. And when you have something special, you said you're going to send something out to all of us, because that'd be really great.
Yes, we tentatively have a ribbon cutting for our 24,000 square foot addition on February 27th. And our IB colloquium is usually in mid-April. So I will be sending out invites to both of those.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Robbins.
Thank you. Most of my questions were answered and asked by others. One of the things I did want to just maybe mention, and it was mentioned earlier, the IB program is a very rigorous program, and with regard to diversity, it's going to drive some students away, regardless of their ethnic makeup or socioeconomic background. But a rigorous program is what the IB program is, and I applaud Cottonwood Classical for maintaining that and really sticking with that. I really hope that the legislature will be willing to work with you with regard covering the testing fees that IB has. I don't know if there's any negotiation you can have with IB to reduce the cost if you increase the number of tests. If there's some sort of a discount, that might be an incentive for the legislature to step up to the plate. I'm familiar with Cottonwood. I was on the APS board for 4 years, have watched it and was very glad when Sandia started the IB program when I was on the board there. I wish more schools would offer that as an option. You mentioned it's not difficult to get or retain your teachers, and that may be an issue for other schools that want to take on the IB program, is getting teachers to really buy into that program because it is rigorous. The additional training that they have to go through periodically, especially as the curriculum goes. What do you see? I mean, your cap is 800 and you're about 750 or thereabouts right now. Do you ever envision increasing your cap to provide, because it is a relatively moderate school, moderate sized school for 6th through 12th grade. Is there any indication or desire to either expand the school or to work with others to start another IB program elsewhere in the district?
So thank you, Commissioner Robbins, first of all, for the comments and the notes about the program. It is a lot to support and we're committed to it. And I don't know, we mentioned earlier that Mr. Garrett here this year for the first time is actually teaching a math course in IB to allow it to work at a different pace and still cover the content that's necessary for those students to do well. So we're iterating all the time on getting kids through this program because we do believe every kid can do it. It takes commitment, it's hard work, takes some family support, but everyone can do it. As far as the enrollment cap, yes, we are looking to increase our enrollment cap from 800 to 1,000. That's something that we're planning to do. And it's not even so much that we want to be at 1,000 students. It's just we need wiggle room with siblings and staff preference, because there are times in that lottery management where we're over 800 and trying to figure out the best way to work through that before school starts. And it's worked out okay. We've had wait lists at the middle school every year since the school opened. And so we are looking to increase our cap and bring more students in. Beyond that, we don't have room at our facility. So it's, the long-term replication, expansion, partnership planning, that's in our strategic plan to continue to work on between now and 2026. And we do take that conversation seriously, but we don't at this time have plans beyond the increase in our enrollment cap.
Thank you.
Commissioner Armijo?
Thank you. I'm going to actually piggyback off of Commissioner Robbins was asking about. And I'm just going to be perfectly honest. I probably didn't even know what International Baccalaureate meant before, like maybe 10, 15 years ago. And so a lot of the people in my community, I've been thinking South Valley, International District, those kinds of areas. What is your outreach to them? I noticed that you said that you had like 300 to 400 people apply, so you're doing something right. But to those folks who wouldn't necessarily understand what that curriculum is, what that means, what are you doing to promote that and help them understand?
So here I want to thank our governing council and our communications officer, because something that we all agreed was important last year. I have a large map on the wall in my office of where all of our families live. So we've got Santa Fe, Socorro, Belen, Los Lunas, the Moriarty District, Rio Rancho, everywhere, right? But there's this notable, I'm not going to say gap, because we do have families that live south of Lomas in Albuquerque, but it's noticeably underrepresented. And even with a bus that goes to a couple of locations in that area, it's a concern. So this last year, we increased our advertising budget and we picked 3 billboards south of Lomas. To try to capture more attention, to reach a different community. We've started doing more as well with social media marketing and trying to broaden our reach to help families across the city get to know who we are a little bit better without having to do internet research. So those are 2 things. Thus far, it doesn't seem like it's worked enough. So the other thing that I've been working on is partnering with other charter leaders who have phenomenal, in my view, phenomenal elementary schools. Around the idea of some, outreach and transition support. So like Jade, who I believe was here earlier with Albuquerque Collegiate, she's got 5th graders now, and I'm aware of that. And so that's a conversation that I've had with her about, how can we potentially help their families with this idea of what it is to transition to middle school, and at the same time be like, hey, this is who we are. This is what IB is, and families can still make that choice for themselves. But I think that's what it takes, because just doing the advertising and going to the school choice fairs, we're not getting that many new families so far.
And I would even suggest collaborating with district schools in those areas as well. Oops, I have another question. So I was looking at the Student-Led Equity Council. I think that's awesome. So I can imagine that that's going really well. Can you give me a little bit more information about how that works?
So I'll start and then kick it over to Carissa. So Zaria Peralta, who was the PCSNM Charter Student of the Year last year, in large part for her work with getting that Student-Led Equity Council going. And she's been just an incredible voice and pillar of the student community around matters of equity, and has helped the adults in the room kind of rethink some assumptions that we've all kind of grown accustomed to. And we've had a functioning equity council since we were asked to. We just never stopped doing it. I think we realized pretty early on that we were not going to get a lot of guidance. There was a pause, an understandable pause put on guidance. So we just decided to do a lot of our own work and ask ourselves questions before and after that first assessment. I've asked Carissa to be the senior administrator that really helps to coordinate some of the agenda efforts and liaise between the Equity Council and some other organizations. So I'll let her speak more to that and take more questions.
So our students started by creating a Black student union. And then other groups felt like they wanted representation. So we have a Hispanic student union now, but we really wanted something more comprehensive. And so our current teacher head of the Equity Council worked with Zaria, who would come to our Equity Council meetings and still does. And Zaria is an excellent leader, a student leader. And so she started the student-led Equity Council. And as you all can imagine, the things that they tend to bring are different than what the adults bring to the Equity Council. We do look at data a lot, and we listen to parents and teachers. And so we have that perspective. Of course, we listen to students, but when they had their own equity council, they could really hone in on why their issues were equity issues. So, for example, when we were going through our Black Education Act documentation, one of the parts of the Black Education Act is to look at the dress code. And so our students were really able, from their own perspective, to look at the dress code and why certain issues were equity issues. And so one of the things that came up, and you all know this because you shop and some of you have kids that you shop for, all the pants have holes. And we did not allow pants that had holes. And so we had to adjust that a little bit. We don't want giant gaping holes in the pants as a school. We don't feel like that's the prep school model, but it's reasonable to say, you know, if they have a few, that's within reason. The kids felt like that was a reason, that was an equity issue before. You know, that's something that kids would bring up. It's not really something that adults think about as much.
Right? Or culturally, right? Like some of the things that students wear. So cool. And did Dr. Holly actually interact with the students as well?
So when we had Dr. Holly, so we've done a few things with Dr. Holly. Our staff has had a lot of training with Dr. Holly's group. And then he did training directly with our staff last January. And then this year, our staff is doing professional learning communities around his book. So our students in the Equity Council have had training through, we have a DEI, consultant working with our school and evaluating our equity practices. And so our students on the Equity Council did come to that training with Tamara Thorpe, and she's our consultant. So we've really tried to include them. Sometimes they're a little bit resistant. A lot of the trainings are aimed at professional educators, but when they have come, they've really given us good feedback.
Very cool. And my last question is around restorative justice. Can you just speak to any practices that you all do with restorative justice?
Certainly. So in the last few years, we've also updated our discipline policy every year. So the Black Education Act was a catalyst one year because we were looking at non-discrimination due to hairstyle, for example, and thinking about ways to couch that appropriately in a dress code, but then also in a discipline policy to ensure that no administrator, regardless of who's an administrator right now, would impart discipline due to hair color. And so one of the things that we've done, though, in every single year, as we've updated the discipline policy, is we've looked at additional restorative components to put in there. We have a 3-tier system around different kinds of behaviors and express sort of, okay, if it's a level 1 behavior, this is the kind of thing that might happen. Level 2, this might happen. Level 3, okay, we're a little more serious. These are the things we look at. And in every tier, there's different kinds of restorative practice. So for example, a common one for level 1 infractions, we have this online portal called BASE that is a social emotional learning platform that we used pretty heavily in the year that we were 3/4 of the year online. And there's modules that students can take in this base course. So we'll say, okay, we're going to have you do a lunch detention, fill out a reflection form, do this base course, and then sit with an administrator or a counselor and talk about your reflection, what you did, the level of ownership that you need to have here, how that might have affected other people, and then trying to get, if it was 2 or more students involved, finding the right time to get them back together. So that's yes.
I know Commissioner Voigt's I'm gonna come back around to her. Then if any other commissioner wants to speak, I know Commissioner Voigt also wants to make a motion. So if any other commissioner wants to speak before her, we might do that too. But I just wanted to go straight to, once again, I feel very fortunate for today. It's like just a slow pitch for us, which I'm very grateful for. Because it's a great school. I mean, you have the data to support the work you're doing, right? Like I know there's a lot of hard work at the school and it's effective, which is great. I was really interested in reading through all the information about the IB program, what that looks like and all the data behind that. And I'm so grateful that that was all provided to us before, so I could like learn about it a little bit more, because I didn't know exactly. I knew it wasn't required of all the students, but I didn't know. And I did see that it's, you know, about a third of your students each year are choosing that track. I mean, which is incredible. Do you have a goal in mind for how many kids you want to choose the track? That was the only thing I like couldn't find about it.
We talk about this all the time with the governing council. And Rathi she knows a lot about IB, and she has really diverse experiences around it. And she and I have had this talk multiple times. So I would say that a good minimum goal is 50%, but it's a little complicated because this other thing that you offer is a big part of incentivizing students to make a choice at the right time. And so, for example, IB now has something called the Career Related Program, or CP. And we actually do have CTE pilot funding this year, where we are trying to leverage that into, we have seniors that are actually helping teach classes right now, not making copies, but actually helping to teach middle school classes, which is wonderful. And we have lots of students who are into hardware and IT and all of that. So if we can build up this other pathway in a way that students can better grapple with what it might mean for them to go with the full diploma or this other pathway, I would like to see a rough balance between the two. But I'm okay with that shifting, because some years we might see that particular cohort, 30% of them are going to be full diploma, but in that next cohort, it might be 60. And so, for example, the junior class right now, we have a record number of juniors who have signed up to take an exam this year, because they're allowed to take 1 or 2 exams their junior year. And I want to say 70% of them at this point are thinking they're going to be full diploma. They can change their mind. They have time, who knows? And that's why I feel like a roughly 50% is a good benchmark over a 5-year period to shoot for.
Okay. And then because I did see like this last in 2022, like over 98% of your kids took an exam, which is once again, like not required, right? Like there are like, or what is the requirement for them to take an exam? Maybe I should ask that.
We've been grappling with that, and the governing council put a policy in place that embeds the expectation, but because we haven't been able to fund it until this year.
Got it.
This is the first year where we can really say, hey, we're paying for it.
Take it.
You're going to take an exam.
Yeah.
Now, there can be extenuating circumstances, of course. So if we have a student that's homebound for some reason, that's not going to be viable.
Do you think the cost of the exam was the biggest barrier to not getting 100% of your kids? Or, I mean, so I'll say this, I was an AP student. I took as many AP classes as possible when I was at Rio Rancho High School, many of them. I took AP stats as an elective, terrible decision, did not take that test. Chose to, like, I took every other one, but I was like, I'm not going, even though, I mean, I was a low income student, so my test was $5. It wasn't the cost. I was like, I'm too embarrassed of what I will get on that to take the test. I'm not doing it. So I don't know, like, I'm trying to come at it with that in the back of my mind too. Like, are your students maybe choosing not to do it because they're like, I don't know, I don't feel ready for it? Or is it the cost or maybe both?
Well, first, as somebody who taught AP statistics for 4 years, that makes me a little sad. I love statistics.
I like the math was not I was not bad at math, but I never cared enough about math to really want to try hard.
No, I understand.
Don't be mad at me, Mr. Benner.
I got it. It's okay. So our students, they all take the courses. And so our teachers are teaching at that level for every student. And so it's not the access, right? They have the access to the information. So then there's the funding, and that has been a true barrier, but we've said to them in the past, like, hey, you can just fill out the scholarship application with our foundation. You can get some at least partial funding, right? So in my view, the biggest barrier has been misinformation about what the ROI is to them. So, and in particular, now that we have the Opportunity Scholarship, more and more of our students are choosing to remain in state. They're going to go to UNM, New Mexico State, or New Mexico Tech. Probably this last year, I think over 50% of our students were making that choice. And there was this thought that, well, I'm already over prepared for that. And what am I going to get out of taking these exams. So we've worked really hard to help them see exactly what they will get, because at NMSU, they could walk in pretty much as a sophomore. At UNM, just about the same. In New Mexico Tech, we're still working on them. They'll give some credits, but they like everyone to take their calculus too, no matter what, right? So we've worked on that. I think it's better. We've seen an increase in the number of exams that the average student is signing up for. And I'm hopeful that we can get more funding, at least parity with AP exams, so that we can say, that's gone. You're gonna take these courses. You don't need to take all of them, but the ones that you take, we're going to ask you to do all of the assessments.
All right, those were the main questions I had. I was just so interested in reading more about it because it is a whole, like it is a unique program, and to the same thing, like not even just it's unique for a school, but unique for our culture, unique for it's so unique. So it's really interesting reading it. So those are my questions I had about that. The other thing I saw in bold in your goals for your school was that increase in your cap to 1,000. So I did ask, I was like, how does that work? Because we don't have typically be a contract amendment, but we don't have a contract with you. So what does that look like? So I have, just for the commission to be able to see and look, I did ask to have it added to the motion to increase the cap to 1,000 today as well. So that actually is, oh yeah. So, but in that we know one of the barriers to an enrollment cap increase is the occupancy of your building. So what is that?
So when the addition is completed, it will be $969. And then we have 5 portables that easily get us over 1,000.
Okay. And the way it's worded is basically that your cap is up to 1,000 pending whatever your occupancy is available. So it kind of gives you the flexibility to add up to that, but that would be the cap. So that's something I'll support in the motion. And if any other commissioners want to comment on that, they're more than welcome to, but that would be, Commissioner Voigt agreed to add that in and put that in the motion as well. So that would be in today as well. Commissioner Voigt, back to you.
Okay, thank you. What Commissioner Armijo was asking about the recruitment for the South Valley, and then I know you're also looking at increasing your enrollment. It just occurred to me that you might market for soccer players.
She's right. There's no bias in this.
I'm just kidding, but not really. I mean, because you said you're kind of short players, so anyway, and I realized that, you all were the second state authorized school in 2008. I think your school number is 501-002. Am I correct? So because of that, it is a privilege for me to move that the Public Education Commission approve the renewal application for Cottonwood Classical Preparatory School for a 5-year term, 2023 to 2028, without conditions, but with an enrollment cap of 1,000 as long as the students are in a facility where there is sufficient occupancy to house the students enrolled.
Second.
Thank you. There's a motion and a second. Any other comments by commissioners? All right, seeing none, Secretary Armijo, if you could call roll.
Commissioner Gibson,
Yes.
Commissioner Manus,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbins,
Yes.
Vice Chair Voigt,
Yes.
Secretary Armijo votes yes, Chair Burt,
Yes.
and Commissioner Carrillo.
Yes.
That passes 7-0. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, and before we all stand up. Okay. Okay, Commissioner Robbins.
Well, I just had one question about the starting time for tomorrow because my agenda didn't show starting times, and you may be addressing that, so thank you.
Sure. Yeah, tomorrow will be 9 a.m., but it actually wasn't that. But tomorrow's 9 a.m. In Santa Fe. I'm actually going to pass it over to Director Chavez because we have a quick little surprise.
I would just like to announce that today is somebody's birthday, and can we all join in singing Martika happy birthday, the birthday girl?